Actually, you might have to send me one for yours. I don't know what happened to mine, it's like that one little packet just disappeared.
Which one do you need?
The one for tonight.
All of Ron's and all of,
Yeah. Sorry. I don't know why it disappeared. I can't find it.
oh, look at that. Jim should be coming in here.
That does not have color ID on this phone.
I'll be able to see the line flashing on mine.
Yeah, yeah, you'll hear it.
Please, Jim.
Hopefully.
Find out. How you guys hear? People what? I don't think I've ever paid attention to that, honestly, like. I knew that Stella hearing. Like push the flashing red, right? I'm on speaker. Is this Jim? Oh, I think I just hung up on him. Are you there?
Hi, Omar, how you guys doing?
Oh, you're red, you're awesome. All right, Jim, I got you on speakerphone here. As loud as it goes. Can you guys hear him okay?
Yeah. You guys hear me okay?
Barely.
Barely, you're definitely gonna have to speak up. Yeah, the speakerphone.
Okay, well, as long as I can, is that better?
That'll work.
That'll work.
Okay.
So we'll let you take it away. We all got our budget sitting in front of us, so if you just wanna run down your line items for us.
Okay, yeah, I just kind of didn't really change anything very much except a few items. Most things I just added 5% to what it had been the year before, just kind of anticipating sort of inflationary stuff that happens here, which is hard to guess, I'm sure. The only thing that I didn't change that maybe I should or should have been changed more is the overtime for us, the third line down. With Tom not around, it's possible that this summer Chuck and I'd have maybe a little more overtime than normal. We're still gonna add up again a lot less than what the budget was last year. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess the next one down that I changed anything was just the dues and subscriptions. And then kind of following all of those down there, I just added 5% to everything through the office supplies. And printing, we had a tool, which I don't know how you guys handle it. You print those PCRs, the consumer confidence reports, whether that's something that comes out of a different budget or what, but I don't know how those get done. But I just left that to go.
We do that here.
That's here. So, yeah, they do that here at the town hall, Jane.
Oh, good, okay. Okay, then, the safety equipment and uniforms, I increased that quite a bit because we were looking at getting new, face masks and, you know, these breathing apparatus things that we use for when we're mixing alum. And then, potentially some fume extraction equipment for that as well. And I don't know if that's, gonna happen or not, but, we'll look into that, but I just thought we ought to have a little bit of budget for that. Then on the telephone, I increased that from 360 to 450 because it looked like in the past we had been exceeding that budget quite a bit, and so that's just a guess as well. And then the electricity, I increased that by 5%, although it might turn out that we actually use a lot less because we put the variable frequency drives on the two pumps at Bryant Stock Trail. And the VFDs control the speed of the pumps, and so it soft starts very slowly and slowly ramps the speed up. And that decreases that really high surge current that those motors draw when you first just slam them on. And one of the things that we get charged for on the electric bill is a kind of a separate charge for that peak demand. And the power companies do that because they have to have all of their transformers, everything sized to handle whatever the maximum peak demand is. Even if it only draws that for 2 seconds when you first start one of those motors, you still get charged an extra surcharge for that. So it'll be interesting to see at the end of the year if we actually end up having lower electric bills this current year than what we had the year before. Maybe that we will. And so I added 5% to that, but that may not be required. It might be that it will be below. Natural gas, I did the same thing. I just added more or less 5%. It actually ended up being about 6% just to make it a nice round number. Postage, I raised it up in case postage rates go up. I know they're talking about either trying to bail out the post office or they've talked about just tell them to increase their rates, you know. So that can happen. First aid supplies, I put that in there because what we have for first aid kits and stuff around the water plant is basically just one first aid kit, and it's probably 30 or 40 years old. So at some point, maybe we'll want to buy some kind of first aid kit to hang up in there, or maybe a couple of them, one for the front area and one for the back. And I suppose it wouldn't be bad to have one at maybe Brian's stock trail or something like that. So, and repairs and maintenance, I added 4% to that. Chemicals, I added 5%. You know, it's hard to guess what kind of inflation we'll have in that sort of stuff. Small tools, I added quite a bit to that. The previous year was $450. I made that $1,000 because there's a couple of gadgets we wanted to buy. One is a sort of a cutoff saw that we can use for cutting conduit and pipe and that sort of thing. And then we do need a new shop vac because we sort of relegated the one we've got to be using it as a fume extractor for when we're mixing the alum. And it works pretty good, but it sort of ties that shop back up. So just a few little things like that that we might want to get. Custodial supplies, I increased that just in case we have some extra kind of cleaning due to this COVID-19, just trying to surfaces cleaned off a little more than what we normally would do. I added 5% to the professional services. Equipment expense, I raised that from $6,000 to $10,000 because there's quite a bit of stuff that we may want to get. There's a chemical stirrer that we use to mix the alum, and that's probably about a $2,000 item. And the bearings in it sound like they're getting ready to shell out. And we've got a spare one that we took off last year, but we took it off because it's failed. And without that, we're pretty much shut down. And then we had to spend $1,000 last year to replace a little inducer fan in this furnace that we have. And I was able to just replace that myself, and I was able to obtain the thing and get it shipped in and all that kind of stuff before everything froze up. But one of the things we're looking at doing is just having just a regular unit heater like you put in a shop area installed upstairs to act as a backup for the main furnace in place. And that'll serve a couple of purposes. One is as a backup so that if the one boiler kind of thing goes down, we're not shut down. We don't get a freeze pipes, that sort of thing. And the other thing is that because the existing furnace can't actually get the building more than 50 degrees inside when it's winter time, if we do end up needing to recoat and rebuild either of the filters, I'm thinking of the old filters, you have to get it up to at least 60 degrees to cure all these fancy coatings that are EPA approved and all that kind of stuff. Basically, it's paint and it's an epoxy, and you've got to keep it above 60. So, kind of the idea of adding certain filters in the whole system to begin with was to give the ability to work on the other two filters. And we want to do that during the winter because that's when water demand is the lowest. So we got to get the building up to a high enough temperature to be able to do that coating. And we're kind of looking at that. We had filter number 2 kind of sprung at least last year. So at some point we're going to have to take both of those apart, have them ground down to bare metal, weld up any of the little holes that are in there, and then recoat them. So it begins to keep the temperature in the building high enough to cure that coating. And then, like I said, just mainly as a backup. It just got spooky last year when the furnace failed. And it's not something anybody has parts for here in town. There's nobody who works on it here in town, that kind of thing. So just having a separate little unit heater, which I think would cost maybe $2,000 or so, I don't know, to get one of those and have it installed. I think that's really worth looking at just as a sort of a safety factor. And then filing fees, I increased that just because it looked like we had kind of exceeded, gotten real close to what the budget had been in the past. I have no idea what that will actually do. I raised it to $850, which is sort of arbitrary. Office equipment, I put $2,000 down for that because we need some new PCs, just office PCs. The ones that we've got all run Windows 7, and that's now no longer supported by Microsoft, which supposedly is dangerous. And we'll need to get some of those, 3 PCs is what we're looking at, and then uninterruptible power supplies for them. And I was planning on buying refurbished industrial type PCs for that, which I can get those on eBay. And typically you can get a really good one for under $500, so that's kind of what we're looking at. It might end up actually being a little more than that by the time we get everything together. Everything might be more like around $3,000, but maybe we can swipe that from another part of the budget. But, we use one of those as sort of a server for our data acquisition system. Another one is the actual PC that is the data acquisition unit. It failed about 6 months ago, and I was able to repair it because I had some of the capacitors very similar to what is used on the motherboard, and I was able to replace the bad caps on the motherboard. And then I stole a power supply out of another old PC we had around here, but I don't really trust it. So that's what we're running on right now. And that's the system that we use to actually gather the data and log that data as required by the EPA for our monthly reports and that sort of thing. So equipment, I just increased that by 5%. Insurance, I raised it to $9,250 just because that was a round number. That is 7% above what it is. I have no idea what kind of things we're going to face on the insurance. Insurance for emission and errors and liability, I raised that by 10%. Again, I don't know if that's a good guess or not. Just sort of shooting in the dark here on what's going to happen with insurance. Maintenance and service agreements. That's mainly our service contract with Hawk. They come typically they come twice a year, and they calibrate and do maintenance on all of our turbidimeters and chlorine analyzers. And I just anticipate that maybe their rates will go up as well. And that's really about it. Anybody have any questions about all that?
Questions? Thanks, Jim.
Okay.
Give council a minute here to see if they have anything. I mean, I don't have too many, just because he is enterprise and it's self-sufficient, so. I think looking at this.
I wrote up kind of a thing. I don't know if everybody got a copy of that or not, but if not, I can print some out.
I don't.
Bring them up to stick them in the inbox or something like that. At some point that kind of goes over all that same stuff.
They're thinking, Jim, give them a minute. They're looking.
Did you Any of that stuff out for those guys?
Down,
Yeah.
too, yeah,
Yeah,
it went
it's
down,
more
I mean,
decrease.
so, there's some increases, cause I was looking,
Yeah.
I mean, there's some increases in there, but, you know, like he talks about, like the computers and. Yeah,
They should be replaced.
That's where we always get out hit with the overage anyway. If something comes up down there, it costs us $200
well, and I like the idea of the additional heater, I mean, that's kind of needed. It's kind of a thing, I mean, we need water.
We was talking about stuff down there, I remember when I was working here, I went down there and they had SCBA's hanging on the wall that were so old. They still had leather straps and, it was unreal. It's like, I wouldn't even have time trying to put one of them on.
I mean, I feel,
I had Mark to talk about the safety equipment uniforms, but as he explained that, I think that's necessary equipment. We have to have on hands.
yeah, it's. Like you said, we're down,
Yeah, we're still, you know, over $80,000 below what it was for the previous year, or the current year, I guess.
you're 60, you're at 60. Because you had 480,000 this current year and you budgeted 420,000 this year, so I mean,
Oh, really? The spreadsheet I'm looking at came out to 397, but whatever. Maybe they changed that since they sent the spreadsheet.
I mean, I'm not seeing anything, you really don't have any big expenditures, I mean, the things that you want to get, like as far as like office equipment and stuff like that, you know, they're not, it's not huge, you know, when you have a big enough drop in things like, you know, your electricity and,
Yeah, I'm hoping that the electric, you know, when we get the final sort of tally for this year, that that'll end up being, you know, maybe $10,000 or $20,000 less than it was. And that's from putting those variable frequency drives in over at Bryant Stock Trail. And one of the things we would like to do is do that exact same thing and kind of do it the same way here at the water plant for our high lift pumps. And I wrote that up in that description I gave. I have a thing at the end of that where I talk about that, and that's something that we might have to wait to do it. But if we can get that done, it might save us a similar amount on our electric bill here at the water plant.
well, it saves the pump life.
Yes,
What
it's
is it,
very
big
good.
pump like that?
And really the big thing for us at doing it here on the high lift is that right now we don't have any way to take tank one offline to recoat it or do any repairs on it. If we put the VFDs in for the high lift here, we can put a pressure transducer in and have it regulate pressure, and we would be able to just turn that up real slowly and get to the pressure level we want, and then turn on the booster pump to pump it up to tank 2, and we can theoretically run the entire town off of tank 2 while tank 1 is completely offline and drained and being, you know, sandblasted and coated. And at some point that's going to have to happen. Right now we have no way to do it. So we would do the same thing that we did over at BST. We would buy the BFDs ourselves. We would design all the wiring and electronic circuitry ourselves. We would do all the electronic controls for it ourselves, and we would just hire an electrician or, you know, electrical contractor to come in and actually just do the heavy wiring for it. And that's what we did at BST. It worked out really good. It was real cheap. And it's been wonderful. It's so much easier on those pumps.
What's real cheap?
Yeah, how much do we spend per pump on those? I
You
remember,
know, I do not have that in front of me. I think we spent probably a total of about $12,000 or $13,000 on the entire job to do both pumps. And I think it would be very similar over here because the pumps are a similar horsepower. These might be a little bit bigger, but it seems like the way we did it was we bought the pumps, we bought the VFDs, and that was one expense. Then we hired the electricians, and that was another expense. And both of those ended up being under $10,000, so it was the fact that we didn't have to put it out for bid, which is really good because we got exactly what we wanted, and it all works perfect the first time. So
Do you remember when we did that? At least the last one, I know it was when Tom was there.
yes, I will have to look that up. I don't have any of that in front of me. I might have to pester Paul for looking at that. But this was last year.
It's 2008.
We built a control system for
It's
it,
been a couple.
bought an enclosure and all that kind of stuff, and then we got the two VFDs themselves. And the electricians came and mounted those on the wall for us, and they ran the conduit and did all that stuff, all the sort of heavy duty wiring, and then we did all the low level wiring, all the electronics and control system part of it.
It's 2008.
Did you guys do anything with DXP? Were they part of any of that?
Yes, DXP is who we got the VFDs from.
Because they show 29,609 was one expense.
But they also did
and another
repair
one
on,
was 12.
we had one of those two pumps over
So
there.
one of, I was gonna say, we had to do,
repair.
I remember the big repair that we had to do on
Yeah,
that.
that was very.
I wonder if that was
I think
the-
buying a new one was gonna be $165,000.
So I wonder if it was the
Then we had it
12,000.
rebuilt by then, but it was still a lot of money.
So
They
these
did
are-
work on that pump.
Pumps he's talking about are the river pumps.
I remember us talking about these last year. What I was
12,000.
curious is, like, see, 74,400, what our current spend is on that one.
Yep.
And then 74,783, because between the two of those, there's potentially enough in the current year budget to cover if it is $12,000.
It was 12,5.
But I don't know if this sheet's how up to date that is. Because it'd be nice if we could do that and decrease our electrical costs going into next year.
It does save the pumps,
Save
because they
more
just
money.
don't
Yeah.
power on real hard, they slowly.
Well, and the ability to,
I
heaven
don't think
forbid,
we'll
if
be
we have a
able to
problem.
if
get
something
it
goes-
done in this year though.
But,
Yeah, and
oh, yeah, that's.
instead of just having a pump run full blast and have to hit your valve
Purchase the
back,
box maybe
it's
for the
choking
installation
off
next
the flow, we just set the speed of the pump, so that's kind of easier on everything as
year, if
well.
there's money in those.
We had something to put in the back of our heads as we finish his part of the enterprise.
7,500 left in, oh no, not that one, 57.
50,
He's
yeah.
got 8,900 left in the 400.
So would 8,900 cover the pump purchases?
And they haven't spent the
So
5,000.
there's 5,000, so we got
So you have enough to.
13,900. We can, I mean, granted.
Jim,
that installation-
Is that what we paid for the two VFDs?
20, it's 12,500 is
Yeah.
what you're, is that for two? Or is that
It
for-
it had to be for two, if it was that much.
Would that be something that you guys would be able to do in this, by this fiscal year, get us invoiced by the end of this fiscal year if we were to tell you to get the other two pumps done now?
That was
Well, before the end of this year,
Yeah,
or by,
last council meeting in June,
June 22nd.
June 22nd, we'd have to have an,
I don't think so.
okay?
Maybe what we can do is at least buy the VFD.
Right, at least
Yeah.
purchase.
That's kind of what we're thinking, if we could at least purchase some, and then we would just do what, the electrical and the rest of that in the next budget?
Okay, yeah, that might be doable. I could test to the guys at DXP and then you come look at our pumps and, size accordingly of product. If that was 12,000, whatever that was for the ones over there, these might be a little bigger. So it could be a little bit more, but it would be, in that same ballpark, I'm thinking. Maybe if that was 12,500, maybe this would be 15,000, something like that.
Well, Jim, you've got in repairs and maintenance and equipment is 13,900 unspent so far in this year.
Oh, okay.
So you have some room there, so maybe,
If we just buy the pumps and then do the installation in next year, so I think it would definitely come in available.
Okay, well, that would be good, spread that out a little bit. Okay, well, I'll test with the guys at DXP and see what they say, because what we'd probably do is get something very similar to what we got before, but they would have to tell us what the actual PFD within the enclosures, is gonna be upsized a little bit, because I think those are 60 horsepower motors over at Brian Stock Trail, and these are 75.
okay. Well, anybody want any other questions or? Water treatment's usually pretty cut and dry, I mean. Unless he's got a big project, then it gets expensive.
Right.
Very
Hopefully, we can have one of those big pumps blow up or something like that. Those,
Oh, That's
We'll
the,
see.
surprisingly expensive.
Ron says you're jinxing him.
You don't say that
You
stuff.
don't say
Jeff.
that.
Exactly, don't say that, don't say that.
Don't say that. That's why we're looking at doing VFDs, so you're not putting that kind of torque on the motors when they fire up, right?
Right.
Exactly.
Well, and, the other thing is that if we put a pressure transducer in, set it up to where the system limits the pressure that the VF, or that the pumps produce at our end here at the water plant, if somebody closes a valve that they shouldn't close out of the distribution system, it won't do any damage. So that's another advantage of having the VFDs on there, because we wouldn't set them up in a pressure regulating or pressure limiting mode. So there's a lot of good safety. And like I say, wear and tear, just the heck out of the pumps. I mean, when you turn those pumps off, the ones here at the water plant aren't as bad, but the ones at VFD, when you start those things up before, when they just put slam on, it just made you cringe.
Oh, yeah.
Full power to them, just instantly, it's tough on
Okay, well,
them.
I guess,
Pressing the engine up and dropping the clutch, in your car,
oh yeah. Well, I guess call your guys at DXP and see what they say, and then if the council doesn't have anything else. We don't have anything else for you, so if you don't want to stay on the line for the rest of it, you don't have to, and
Oh, okay, that sounds great.
pretty cut and dry, and we appreciate it, Jim.
All right, well, if you have any questions or whatever, just give me a call or text me or email me or whatever.
Will do.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, you guys,
Bye.
goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Did I do that right?
And then if you want to take it off the microphone.
Like, turn the mic off, I turn speaker off, or the little green lights off, so either
You're good.
not what I'm used to. Okay, well, do we want to dive into Ron stuff, or do we want to get through the other stuff? Like the clerk and treasurer, community center, mayor, council, or do we want Tara to Ron? You look like you're ready, Ron. I mean, are you?
It's just a thing, just money.
It's just money.
You gotta remember, all this stuff was put together, and the wish list and all that before we got the phone call, so I'm all ready to, whatever you guys gotta throw at me, just throw at me. Where do you wanna start, enterprise, or?
Well, since we just got done doing some enterprise, how about we continue with enterprise and get that?
Why don't we start with wastewater? That's really, pretty much everything's, I kept the same. I mean, I can go down every line item like Jim if you want. Registrations on all enterprise accounts, I have gone up because we were at a point, we just had one person that was, level 1 distribution and wastewater, so he was the only one going to conferences. Now we have 4 people that are certified in distribution 1. We've got 2 people that are collections 1, which is wastewater. So every year we got to get every 3 years we got to get 24 hours of training in each license. And these conferences cost about $400 a whack to send, each person to. And now that I have 4, I raised them up because everybody has to go and get their training hours, or it's, just a waste of time. So I went from, let's see, wastewater registrations, let's see, this year we had 800, I jumped it up to 2,000, because last year there was only, it was just me and Kobe, so now I got 2 more people that we gotta pay for. So, and even with these 2 conferences we go to, it's tough to even get hours, so, we have to do some online courses, which, there's not many of, so, anyway, I raised that to 2,000 from 800. Safety equipment and uniforms went from 950 to 1,100. That's when we were talking about raising the thing for the boots, and stuff like that. But if you want to take that back, I can drop it back down to 950. It's not a big deal. Electricity kept the same. Natural gas kept the same. Let's see, postage. I don't know why we have $2,500 in there for postage. It's always been in there. Obviously, we don't use any, so we can take that out. I don't know why it's there. It's just, I don't mail anything.
I think with us, when we mailed the postcards, we would write a check to the post office for $2,000 and we would pull from each account. And I think since we switched, we've been doing an even split of 50-50. And
Right.
I don't know if we're gonna have to put more into water distribution or.
Okay, I just kept it the same, I know there's some stuff in here that you guys do that comes out of enterprise, and so I kept it the same. First aid supplies, 250. Now that's, I got them in first aids in every enterprise account, actually in all of them, so, it's when a guy shows up, it basically take it out of anything, so that's why it's not, I just haven't got to that one yet, that line item, wastewater, so. Let's see, repairs and maintenance. Okay, last year, that was, okay, it was 40,000 last year because of the 2 manholes we replaced. This year I left it at 15,000, so we're down on that one. Chemicals, we use no chemicals in wastewater, so I zeroed that out from 1,000 this year to 0 this year. Small tools, we got $500 in there. We've only used $40 this year, but there are times we have to buy tools, and they can be expensive. Custodial supplies, 0. Professional services, 5,000, kept the same. This is why I wanted to start with this 201 sewer charges. I don't know if the paper you have in front of you is about the current. This year was 197,000. It says current actual was says 143. The last budget thing that I got from Lexi, according to this, I only have $808 left to spend on the 201 charges, so I figured it out. We're going to be about $18,000 over this year, and I talked to Casper, and they're thinking about a 4% increase for the 201 charges, so that's why I raised it up. That's why it's up to 225, because I added the 18 in, because we're spending at about $18,000 a month in 201 charges. And with the 4%, that's why we went to 225. Let's see, vehicle expense, small truck. We don't even have a small truck anymore, so you can zero that out. Well, how does that work? Okay, because it says small truck. Now, I know one of those small trucks are traded in when we're getting that other van. So we're just gonna swap that to that unit number? All right, I guess we're better off leaving that. Well, actually, the first, I mean, this year we could probably get away with zero as far as one of the
Are
new.
you planning on building any shelving or anything like that in?
It was, we did in a small van already, but I think that cost us a whopping like $50. You know, and then it was just some 2x2s and some plywood and stuff like that. We're still waiting on a big van because he hasn't gotten that part yet for that safety recall. So he emailed me the other day and he's still waiting. So, I mean, we can drop that down to, I mean, if we put the big van into this, you know, I can get away with probably $500 this year after, well, probably less than that, but we put 500 in. You know, doesn't matter. Anyway, moving on. I'll let you guys think about it. Let's see, diesel fuel, I actually dropped that down from 2,500 to 2,000 in wastewater. Equipment expense, 7,500 this budget year. I kept it at 7,500 because if something goes wrong with that Vector, it's gonna be $7,500 and then some. So we just crossed my fingers, got lucky this year. We had no issues with the Vector. So we got lucky, you know. Usually something goes wrong with the Vector, but this year we had no issues with it
Knock
whatsoever.
on wood. since
Yeah,
you're-
right, you know, I
You
mean,
just
right, I'm
give
gonna
them a
go
hard
back
time.
tomorrow, I think I won't start, so. But anyway, so I kept that there, because if something does go wrong with that, it's gonna cost that much and then some. Anything else? Oh, okay, this is one of my, let's jump to new equipment, 5073, 783. As you know, our trucks are old and we started replacing them with vans last year. This was before, you know, so don't, you know. My truck, the one I drive out here, is 180,000 miles on it, 2006. I talked to Fremont? Yeah, Fremont. Yeah. I talked to him when I was talking to him about the vans and stuff, and he sent me a quote somewhere in here for a brand new 2020 Dodge Ram crew cab. You know, with the added warranty because it's government thing, it jumps the warranty up to 100,000 miles. Brand new 2020 is 28.5 for a brand new pickup truck. And that would replace the one I'm driving, well, one I'm driving now. There's probably a truck in the shop I could use for trade, you know, take that down a little bit more. Because this truck here, I mean, it still runs pretty decent and stuff, and it's better than the Red Parks truck that we have, so we probably keep this, and I could trade the Red Parks truck in, you know, probably get, you know, maybe $1,500 for it, yeah. But anyway, I mean, this was before, you know, we all realized things were gonna be tight, so, you know, it's in there. You know, if you say no, you say no.
Are you gonna spend that 23,000, is that where the van's coming out for this year,
Right.
for new equipment? That's where the van's coming out.
That came out already, right?
This isn't right.
No,
No,
that's
we
not
paid for it, yeah.
Yeah, all right, that's the second one, right, the 23,000. That's what we're just waiting for, because, right. Yeah, the 23,000 that's in there right now for new equipment is what's paying for that, the bigger van, so.
Total.
Oh, yeah.
All of it.
So really the biggest jump in, you know, well, besides, you know, adding the van in there, is the 201 charges. Because when she gave me this and I was looking at it, I'm like, wow, we're gonna be over, so I figured it out, and, you know, we're gonna be quite a bit over this year, so that's why we jumped it up to 225 next year.
Well, that's why we did the water
Right.
sewer sanitation increases, is to try to help cover
They're not positive they're gonna raise it 4%, but I threw it in there anyway, because you know Casper, they're probably gonna do, they went and did our sanitation charges in December to, they just threw $2 a ton more in there without telling anybody, so.
Well, if we're already gonna be over this year, I mean, regardless.
Yeah.
We needed to make an adjustment if we're.
Yeah, we'll be over this year about, I think roughly, about $18,000.
I mean, overall, you climbed 11,000. Last year to this year, you went up 11,000, which,
In the 201, you jumped 28,000.
so at the end of the day, you actually came down. Without those 201 charges, you came down in your. So, I mean, an 11,000 increase really isn't that bad considering how much we had to go up in 201 charges.
Any questions on that?
Why is it so low this year,
What?
your overall expenditures? 213?
That's where we went.
What are you at now? I know Lexi sent out, you sent out the, this current,
Yeah,
I didn't send out the enterprise one.
you did it?
well, this one,
No,
these are probably, oh. this one.
Part of it, that van, we haven't paid for yet.
But even then, that's 30, 23? That only puts us at 233, that's still
Unexpended.
140,000 under. I mean, what? It's because poor Ron had no help, or no wages, or?
Well, wages are pretty.
Unexpended, according to this paper here, is at 91. So from 377, that's 277.
So like 280?
286, 260. I got it right here, she's at 75.
That's why you're sitting over there.
8%.
So she put me over here, coach me through this stuff. Well, we haven't spent,
The van.
equipment expense, 7,500, we haven't really spent anything out of that.
Those manhole repairs, that's roughly 13,000 that you had budgeted that wasn't spent. Because you budgeted 40,000 and spent 27. Or,
But we got the manhole repairs done.
yeah.
Yeah,
It just
That was
came
for
in.
the manholes and anything else that came up.
Looks like
because we're always gonna have some in there for repairs and maintenance for the sewer line.
We
Yeah,
can't,
you
well, we
can't do it
can't
in
do, we
time,
can't do
but-
it now, we don't have time.
I mean, right now, we're 91,000 under for current, so,
Would we have to go?
I mean, the money we're saving
We
this
still,
year.
we don't pay for it though until it's delivered, right?
For what?
They deliver it pretty quickly.
So we're talking about.
Your truck.
Your truck, because of,
By
because of how much you
themselves.
did spend on everything
Oh,
else. It
Yeah, I
almost-
see what you're saying, yeah.
Depends on if they've got one on the lawn or
They
not. Like
have
they
no
did the
one.
vans.
Well, the Metro truck,
Gee.
Michael,
We
we had the bill that day when they brought the truck that day, we had the bill and we turned around and
Yeah.
paid it that.
No,
But
that's-
that was a
Depends.
used truck.
Right,
It doesn't have to go out to bid though.
Are you
He's
looking
gonna
for?
use
if
a new.
it's
Huh?
used.
Oh, he's looking for.
Yeah.
This is, well, no, I mean, I was looking at used trucks. And I was telling him what I was looking at, and he sent me this over. He said, well, here, what do you think about this? And he's like, 2020 brand new for 28.5. I'm like, well, that's kind of a no-brainer, like, get a new truck when, you go buy a used truck with, I was looking at, 30, 40,000 miles on them, and like, same thing, they were around $30,000.
Brand new, we do have to bid.
So
Yeah, regardless of.
I was
the
gonna
price.
search their site. So because this one only had 24,000 miles on it. And because of the discounts, because
I
we
mean,
still
I
get.
could do that route too if you want me to. I mean, I can go out and talk to him, see what he's got.
Cause that truck's got, I think everything doesn't it?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
How much did we pay for that one?
How much did we pay for that?
29,000.
We have to bid 2 weeks, a week apart, and then open bids. So when we did the last patrol unit, we bid the We advertise the 1st of May, the 8th of May, open bids on the 11th and 12th.
So Ron can get his homework done tomorrow and decide,
Getting the advertisement out would be the biggest.
Yeah,
because if you can
because
keep
I've got to
that,
have
But
like
we
a
need to
3-day,
spend, yeah.
that 3-day lead.
if you put it out on a Friday for a three business day, or can you put it out on a Friday and ask for a Monday, Tuesday?
No, you have to have 7 days in between.
No, for your first initial request. Like,
Yeah, but you could,
I was thinking you
you
could,
could do the 23rd, 30th,
well, that's what I'm saying.
report this week and meet on the 8th. Get it done.
Yeah, because then we'd have to have the bill by the 22nd council meeting.
2 weeks, they should be able to.
Well,
Something on the line.
I mean,
if
you,
they've got a truck on the lot.
Right.
I'll talk to him.
do your homework.
Yeah.
That's your homework
He's the one who
assignment.
sent me that. I was told what I was looking for, and he sent me this, and I'm like, well, Jesus, for 28.5 for a brand new pickup.
With a 100,000-mile warranty.
Yeah.
I like that,
Yeah.
the sound of that.
I mean, normally,
I mean,
what was it?
for your
Because if
putzing
they're-
around town, that should last you,
I mean, list for this truck is 44,985, and after all our government discounts and stuff, that's what knocked it down to the 28.5. So,
Unless something really big happens, you're 91 grand under this current year, so.
yeah,
Just throwing it out here, they have it's an 18 half-ton crew cab LTD, got 13,000 miles on it for 33,000. So our price would be probably around 27, I'm guessing, because when I looked at this one, it was 34, or almost 36,000.
Talk to them and see if
yeah, I would
The
talk to
new
them and
one-
see what they have, see if they
we have
have
enough
a new
time
one
to
sitting
get
on
the
the
new
lot.
one in before the end of the
I'll
year. If
talk
they
to him about.
I mean, yeah, they might have a new one sitting on the lot that
Right.
they could offer the bid for, and
I just like that 100,000 mile warranty.
Yeah, because they automatically throw that in as soon as it's a government fleet thing, they add on to that, whatever, normally 60,000 powertrain that bumps it up to 100,000, and all that, so.
We could reduce that from next year's budget. so.
Actually, I think,
and then that bring next year's budget lower than previous years,
That'll make up for the increase in the 200.
for sure.
okay.
Okay, what I have written down, the only difference between the 2020 that can have the 100,000 mile warranty and the one she found would be like $1,000.
The warranty versus no warranty.
I didn't think I was on the lot, I think. So I think,
I'll talk to them tomorrow, and then we'll do.
Well,
They
it should
should.
have factory warranty on it.
Yeah, there'll be some on the 18, but they
I
should
don't-
have some on lot 2020s
Yeah, I
because
would
that
think so, yeah. I
round
mean, it's a,
one or whatever he was trying to sell me should have been available and
I mean, it's a 1,500 tradesman, crew cab, so yeah, you would think
It
they'd
sounds
have
like
a
the
bunch of
very
them on the lot.
Tradesman's the very basic, isn't it?
I think he's talking, are you talking about trade-in for 1,500 or tradesman?
It's the models of tradesman.
Tradesman,
I can just see what you can do.
okay, all right.
Mhm.
I mean, it's got the Bluetooth, and, just like every 2020 vehicle it has, and when he sent it to me, I was actually shocked, but, like, wow, quite a discount. But, okay, I'll, talk to him, wastewater. You done with wastewater, or any more questions?
I don't have any questions.
Are we leaving the postage?
Oh, I mean, if you take the postage, leave it in, take it out, I mean, I just left it in there because every year it's been there, and it
Yeah.
just seems like most postage again.
Guess that's more a question for Janelle.
Ladies.
What does enterprise look like for postage? Or, I'm sorry, distribution.
Yeah, good, great, good to there.
Because we've got 2 more months and it's running. Was it running around $500?
Yeah, I see 18, 19.
Because we've been splitting between general government and.
We can leave it, and if we don't use it, we just save it.
Yeah, it's not
Maybe
like
look
we're,
at it next year.
yeah,
And I'm
we'll
inclined
just
to
make a note to kind of watch it.
leave the safety equipment uniforms from food allowance, as we agreed.
I mean, it's kind of, yes, it's, I mean, enterprise, it's kind of a whole different animal.
Plus I got a full crew now too. I mean, we haven't had a full crew in 4 years at least, so, you know, I mean.
I'm good.
Okay.
I mean, you went through some growing pains to get there.
Huh?
I said you went through some growing pains. to
So
get
actually,
there.
you know, I got James back. He was our summertime guy last year. He's a really good worker. He's, working on a CDL right now. He already passed the written test, so we got him just practicing for.
Good garbage truck driver.
Huh?
Good garbage.
No, I
truck
don't think I'm ever gonna put anybody permanent in that position. Because, I mean, I think everybody likes it the way it is now, because people get bored of just doing the same thing over and over. So we try to break it up, you know, have different people try different days. So, and they like it, you know, gives them something else to do, but they're not gonna be doing it 4 days a week, so.
Yeah.
You know, it gets pretty boring that way. You know, I get it.
Less likely to abandon it on Side Street.
Huh?
Less likely to abandon it on the
Never
side
happened.
street.
Yeah, run for your life, yeah.
That was a
Yeah,
perfect
I don't-
phone call.
I don't-
You heard their chatter on the radio, and we're like, where's the garbage truck? You guys are out there looking for it, it's like, oh god.
I
That's
don't
very expensive.
I don't think we have anybody on the crew now that'll do that. I'm not too worried
Oh,
about
that's
that.
golden.
You got it.
You know? Yeah, that was,
You guys heard about that, right?
yeah. All right, so
Told those you can't make this up.
might as well go to
Distribution.
distribution, water, yes. I'll start down at registrations. Once again, we were at 1,200, I raised that up another 800 because of the amount of people we have sending to conferences now. Office supplies, kept the same. Printing, kept the same. Safety equipment, uniforms was 1,000, I bumped it up 200, that's 1,200. Telephone, kept it the same, 2,000. Water, sewer, sanitation, kept it at 11. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why it's dropped down so much since previous years, but, you know, we've only used 65, well, this is a little old, but say we used 7,000 this year, so I kept it at 11. Electricity, kept the same. Now postage in this one, 3,600, and we used quite a bit of that, so I kept it at 3,600. First aid supplies, once again, it's just whatever, when he shows up, what line item we take out of. Because usually when he shows up, he replaces the first aid kits and the lens cleaners and all that stuff. It's usually, I think, around what, 150, somewhere between 150 and $200 every time he shows up. So, which ain't often, and it seems like it's getting further and further. When the lady used to work there, she'd show up every couple of months. But this one guy, I haven't seen him probably in 4 months right now. So, and, yeah, that could be it too. Repairs and maintenance. As you can see, this year's budget was 20,000. Let's see, why did we? Oh, yeah, okay, good. Red letters. Look at the red letters. Kept 20, but the only thing we had, last year we did that water line project where we added the PRVs in the field over there and over by ProBuild. There is one other area that we want to do, the isolation valve behind all creatures over here. We tried doing that last year, but Shane wouldn't let us because we were too far to the west of the scope of the work that they went through for DEQ for the permits and stuff. So, because we were gonna do it last year, but seeing as how it was just out of the scope of work, we would have gotten in trouble from DEQ. So in order, that would be the only thing left to lose that other isolation valve, and that, would keep anybody from turning that valve. Hopefully they know better by now. Because if that valve gets opened up, we blow up a lot of water lines in town because of the pressure. So if we put it in the PRVs like we did the other two places, we'd never have to worry about, if we had a problem in town, it could be fed from there. Everything's regulated at, 52, 55 PSI. All is good, so I talked to Shane. He gave me just a real quick estimate. It came to, this is what his estimate was. It was $31,190. So I put down 32,000. It's just the last thing to tie everything together. So we could do it this year. We can wait. It's not a huge issue. I mean, we have the other two, but eventually we'd like to get it done. But we can do it this year. Great. If not, then we'll see what we're like next year. That's why I threw that in there. I wish we were able to do it last year because High Plains was here. They were looking for work and I'm scrounging, and he wouldn't let us do it. So let's see, custodial supplies kept the same. Professional services kept the same. That's, let's see. Vehicle expense kept the same for Wilder's truck. That's the blue panel box truck that we have. So, that's getting pretty old too. So, if something goes wrong with that, $2,000, that'll be eaten up really quick. Actually, that's going to be higher because he does need tires this month, and I told him to get them. So, it's going to be like $1,200 in tires or whatever, about $1,200. Let's see, gasoline kept the same. Diesel fuel, $17.50. I could actually probably drop that. I mean, I was trying to think what we use diesel fuel and water distribution, but
Backhoe, running lower, your
But consistently, you're
I
still
mean-
like 200.
truck trucks.
yeah, I mean, I could probably, the back truck pretty much, yeah. I mean, we can leave it, I mean, I could probably get away with 1,000, but, we can leave it if you want, drop it if you want. Equipment expense, distribution, 10,000. I kept that the same because, like I said, we really haven't had a lot of issues with equipment this year. It'll be the first year in quite a while, but nothing really. Well, I'm not gonna say that yet because I ain't got.
Knock on wood.
I haven't got the sanitation yet, but for the backhoe and loader, stuff like that, we haven't had a lot of issues with them. Let's see. 0, 0, 0. Zeros, a lot of zeros. This office equipment thing went down to 0 because that was what we purchased last year, right? Okay. Let's see, new equipment, that would be, I got down here, 25,000. Last year we bought a bunch of meters, and I explained why to you last year because I'm replacing the ones that are 20 plus years old, and we've got a lot of those replaces, but now the ones that are 19 are turning 20, so I want to keep going with that. So meters, MXU boxes with the little white boxes, that's what we put on the houses to read, for the meter reads. Pit reads are the same thing as the MXU boxes, but in a meter pit, instead of running the wires and mounting the little white box on a post, which people tend to remove, run over, destroy, the pit reads go right on top of the meter pit, and it's a little black thing, and they're less likely to get destroyed. And that was, I got a quote from Ferguson, and it was $20,400 for, let's see, meters, be 50 meters, 50 MXU boxes, and 30 of the pit read for the meter pits, which can, yeah, I put 24. Yeah, 20,400, yep. So I'd like to keep going with that because Robert's doing a good job switching on all the old ones. Now, like I said, the 19-year-old ones are turning 20, and then next year the 18-year-old ones are about 18 to 19. So like I was saying last year, it's going to be a long process to catch up because it was never thought of, and it's going to be a few years. So we can keep going with that. I didn't ask for a lot of them like I did last year because of the cost and stuff, but if we can just keep going a little bit at a time, it'll be a big help. Maintenance service agreements, kept that same. Insurance, you'll have to explain that one to me because I'm not quite sure. Insurance omissions, ERR and /lab.
30,000. So that's, knock on wood, it doesn't happen, but if there was an accident,
Okay, all
our deductible's $1,000.
right. Okay, that explains that one. So I kept that the same. Any questions there?
I don't have anything. I like the idea of doing the PRV behind all creatures and finishing that separation ability there, isolation ability, I guess. And then of course the meter pits, I mean, this is just a,
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, because he's got, see, mobilization, which is getting all the equipment and stuff here, 1855. Pressure reducing valve and vault would be 17,000, 18-inch. I don't know why he's got an 18-inch butterfly valve there, that's not an 18-inch line.
12.
Yeah, so that would be, it would be a little bit less because of the cost of the butterfly valve.
Because was that on that Permaspan
Over here, I don't think that's permanent.
over here?
I don't know. No, but in the field where it comes across out of the car wash? No, it's not permanent.
Oh, okay.
No. No. So it would be a little, just keep it the same because I'm not quite sure what 12-inch valve would be. Huh? Sanitation.
piece of stuff out there.
Let's see, sanitation. I'll start with, sanitation, equipment expense and uniforms, went up $200 on that, like I did with the other ones. Telephone, we have 0. Postage, once again, we have 2,500. I kept it the same. We've used 0, but I kept it the same. Did I not buy any first aid supplies this year? Maybe they're in the other one. Yeah. Anyway, 250, I kept it same there, 250. Repairs and maintenance, sanitation, that's new lids, wheels, stuff like that. Seems awfully low. Equipment expense.
530 or 400?
Go on. Okay, the updated one, repairs and maintenance, on that actual, unexpended this year, it's 5,224. Yeah, so And I bought a bunch of lids and wheels. We started buying more direct from these vendors instead of going through Ameritech because they were costing us a fortune. So I would actually save a lot of money going through Toad or going through Auto, the brown trash cans that we have. So it's actually been a big help going straight to them because Ameritech was, I mean, they're killing us for parts. Repairs and maintenance. That's not the truck, that would be equipment expense. So, yeah, I kept it the same. We can lower that, you know, by half if you want. I still got to keep something in there, but you know, I mean, we're in pretty good shape this year. You know, you let me buy the new rollouts last year. I bought a bunch of parts. Our room building was loaded with parts and wheels and lids, and so we're in pretty good shape. So I mean, I could probably get away with half of that. Let's see. Chemicals, we don't use any. Well, I put 500, but we don't use any chemicals in sanitation, so you can zero that out if you want instead of 500. Let's see.
Years past, we used to buy a deodorizer.
Yeah, we haven't used that in years. We haven't, you know, we haven't used that in a long time. Small tools, I kept the same. You know, sometimes, you know, we'll buy tools and I'll, you know, pretty much all the stuff, you could take a small tool and use it for any one of our, you know, areas. So, I mean, it just depends on where I take it out of. You know, we've only, here it says $15 in small tools, but, you know, I could have bought something and taken it out, you know, because depending on what it is, you can use it for almost every area that we have. So I just kept that the same, 500. Professional services kept the same. Billfold charges, even with the increase in, was it December? We're gonna make it this year. Did the math on that, and we should be fine for next year, so I kept it the same. There's no increase in that. Vehicle expense, kept the same. I mean, I know a lot of this vehicle expense stuff, we haven't spent a lot on vehicle expense this year. That's because like I said, we haven't had a lot of issues this year, but it's just gonna take that one time and $2,000 is gonna be gone and, you know, in no time. So that's why I just kept that stuff the same. Gasoline kept the same. Diesel fuel kept the same. Actually, with the fuel prices going down, it's, you know, that's helped us out a lot this year, you know, in the last few months, actually. Equipment expense, 20,000 this year. Actually, I just forked out $4,000 for one of the trucks yesterday, so that's gonna be, you know, so I'm not touching that one. $20,000, that's what it is. It only allows us $10,000 per trash truck, which, you know, like I said, we just had one repair on the older one, it was $4,000, so.
And the tires aren't cheap.
Huh?
The tires aren't cheap.
That was more than a tire, but,
$600 a piece, tires.
well, the guy just told me last week, well, you know, we had to bring him in because of where wheel mounts to, bushing was, you gotta replace that. But then he called me back, said, well, because that was worn, it gouged something else. I'm like, whatever, it's gotta get fixed. I'm like, what's the cost gonna be? He's like, well, it's gonna be around $3,000. Well, I just got the bill yesterday, and it was like $4,000. I'm like, oh, about $1,000 off, ain't you? But, you know, you pay them like 100, it was fully charged for labor, 100.
Like 120, 130?
It's more than that, I think.
Really?
Yeah, it's up there. So I was just $1,900 in labor charges. So, I mean, so I had a chat with boys anyway. So you gotta crawl underneath the truck more often, you know, check things out. But anyway, So, yeah, that's why I kept the local expense at 20 grand. You know, between the two trucks, 10 grand a piece, it's not that much. 0, 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0. New equipment, once again, wish list thing. We bought the 150 rollouts last year. We dished out, after next week, we dished out, be over 100 of them. I'm getting rid of the bins and stuff slowly, you know. I do a little section at a time, wait for the big, waiting for everybody, but nobody's called. Nobody's complaining about it at all. But we got a lot of people happy about it because, you know, they're in charge of their trash. We've had nobody complain, so.
I think, you know, and I know that some people are concerned, like with older people and stuff like that with bins and, I mean, but walking through the snow and hauling your trash out to the dumpster is just as laborious as dragging the bins around, and the dumpsters get filled with God knows what.
I'm actually surprised. We've had no complaints whatsoever. So, you know, and we've had people say, oh yeah, about time, you know, I'm more control of trash, and sick of people driving through the alley and throwing stuff in my trash can and all that stuff, so.
Well, I dealt with that when I asked for
Yeah.
the small one and I had it out in front of my house. I watched somebody roll up and huck something out of the truck into it and then drive off, and I'm like,
Yeah.
really?
No.
Like,
No,
come on, guys.
You know, like I said, I started off, you know, and just doing certain areas, you know, and just picking away at it. So, you know, I don't want to dish them all out in one year because, you know, I need extras here and there. People ask for an extra rollout and stuff like that. And we're actually tracking these rollouts. They all have serial numbers on them, so we have a spreadsheet and all that stuff. We're tracking them with the address. So I remember when we first did Fifth Alley over here, was one day the lady calls, you know, and actually the guy across the street on Fifth Street down where the trailers are, we dished out rollouts on the alley side. While driving back the next day or the following week or whatever, the trash guy drove down. He said, why does this guy get one of the new trash cans? Because he was on the other side and they have the older ones. And I'm like, what do you mean he's got a new one? So I go over there, look at the serial number, go back to the computer, look at it, and it's like, you guys stole his rollout from 3 trailers up across the street and put it over there. So I just roll it back to the house, so it makes a nice track, you know.
Or they all end up in the field from the wind, you can return them to the rightful owner.
Yeah, well, that too.
That was pretty good. I think it was 6th Street one day that the wind
Oh, it
was
was
just ripping, and like, I stopped for a rollout,
Yeah, I did too.
and then there was like 4 or 5 of them that were laying in the
I think
line.
6th Street is the worst street, to be honest. I don't know why, but 6th Street is always
I
like
think
that.
the wind just tears off
Yeah.
coming over Knife River there, and there's nothing to
Because
stop
7th
it.
Street ain't even that bad, you know?
Well,
It's
7th
just
Street does
yeah.
this.
Yeah, I guess
7th
this
Street,
is kind of
6th Street is
yeah.
like, and there's nothing on the other end of it except for
Right.
pond. I mean,
Oh, yeah, they've been across VA Road down and they go down. Yeah, they get pretty bad over there. So, rollouts. Let's see, did I bring that quote? Probably didn't. I think it was,
it's blank on ours.
yeah, I think rollouts, I was only gonna ask for 100 this year. At $53 a piece, so that'd be 5,300. So that's big. I mean, new equipment.
13,
Yeah. So
1400.
Is that on top of the 8?
14,000.
no, it doesn't have to be. It could be included into that 8. You know, and I think that's what I figured included in the 8. So you know, that would be for another 100 rollouts. So that would just keep me going with the process over here because we got some long alleys coming up, real narrow ones. Actually, the next 2 alleys I want to do is Curtis Bighorn and Bighorn Albany. Those are real long alleys, and those are usually a disaster. It's disgusting half the time because people just want to throw it over the fence, and 50% of the time they don't make the bend. So, you know, it's not a pretty sight. So those are my next 2 hours anyway. But that would be for 100 rollouts. that would be included into that 8. So, I think that's it. No chance for liability. No, that's all I got for that. Any questions?
I don't have any. I know that one of these you talked about, I didn't mark it, cutting down.
410, 410 and 400.
Well, chemicals, you have a 400, repairs and maintenance.
Down 3,500.
Yeah, we could,
Cut it in half.
because, I mean, if I have any issues with the truck, that's gonna come out of equipment expense. You know, really the repairs and maintenance for,
The roll-ups and stuff.
well, it would be with the bins that we have left, where we have commercial bins, we get new arms made. We used to pay big bucks having someone do it, but now we have, Salt Creek Welding, we bring one over, and he can usually cut us, what was it, 20, I think it's 25 or 26 out of a sheet of steel, and he only charges us $850 for that. And, you know, usually if we get a new set of arms, new stack of arms, they'll last for quite a while. So even if we drop that down to 3,500, and take a new stack of the dumpster arms out of there, you know, I'm still doing all right. So, you know, you can drop that down to 3,500. Any other costs would be, of course, if I need, you know, like I said, I'm pretty good on parts right now, but the stuff starts breaking, I'll have to order more wheels and lids. So other than that, I think it'll be all right there. Yeah, we can cut that in half. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I don't have any questions. Pretty cut and dry.
I try to keep it pretty simple. You know, I don't want to, because I see a lot of things in here, I see a lot of zeros, you know, and, you know, I move things over and I feel guilty, but like, I know in the back of my head that something's gonna happen and I'm gonna screw myself, so that's why I kept it pretty much.
As far as I'm concerned, you do a good job of not spending it unless it's necessary.
Unless you need it.
So as long as you keep that up and we're getting those savings every year, I don't think there's a problem budgeting for that what if.
Yeah. I mean, even this year, your budget, even if we don't take anything away, you still budgeted lower than you did last year. You came down. Not by much, $6,000, but you still
Right.
came down.
8 now, just took 4 out.
Well, 8 and say no. So, I mean, I'm not
With
concerned.
dumpsters.
I'd rather have,
That's with dumpsters.
I'd rather have those extras in there in case something does break and you've got the ability to fix it.
Well, I'm hoping that some of the maintenance and things that he's not dealing with are because we're replacing things and getting newer things. and-
Well, the newer
Changing
rollouts,
things.
those new grade, the total rollouts are a lot stronger than those old. I've just seen the brown ones around some. Those things are really thin. These things, actually, there's a warranty on them if they crack or whatever for 10 years. So, you know, if I get one that cracks, I gotta just get it replaced for free. So, these are a lot better rollout than Dan started buying them, and we just stayed with them because it's just a lot better than those brown ones.
I just think overall in general, like water distribution, wastewater, I'd like to think that your struggles aren't as bad because
The maintenance,
you've gotten to keep up on the maintenance and gotten to do things and change out these 20-year-old meters.
Yeah, we had some complaints about those meters, but there's nothing I can do about it. You know, a couple people complain, well, I can hear them ticking and stuff. I'm like, they're supposed to tick. You know, I mean, I even, yeah, but.
And they got better hearing than me.
Yeah.
Even though it's phone
Well,
rings.
it's the ones that are, we replaced a couple in the old meter pits over here on the old side. And they're not a real meter pit, they're like a galvanized pipe they shoved into the ground back then. So when it's, water's running, it's ticking and I mean, what do you want me to do? You know, it's a water meter, you know, I mean, and those eye pearls, the plastic ones that they started buying, Dale did. They're not made for that type of, they're not made to be in the meter pit. All the condensation in there, I mean, we've actually destroyed quite a few of them because they were just so saturated with water, they just stopped working because all the fancy electronics on it and stuff. So we stopped using those in the meter pits and went back to the brass style. It's the same meter, but it's brass bodied and it's made for being in, the meter pits. And we had one old guy over here, well, when I water at 3 o'clock in the morning, I can hear the ticking. I'm like, well, stop watering at 3 o'clock in the morning. Water when you wake up.
It was just a ticket. Like,
He said he could hear it through the, I don't know. Yeah. But
You go hang
I
out
don't
at
know.
3 o'clock in the morning to
I
listen.
don't know. I mean, me
right?
and Robert went crazy. We researched it, what you could do, and I mean, we stuffed the meter pits full of insulation and stuff to kind of deaden it, and it's, I don't know.
Well, wasn't it, he complained to the neighbor and the neighbor complained?
Yeah,
because he
well, yeah, that's one of
complained
the, so his neighbor that he complained to probably just sat there. Boy, yeah, but anyway. But they haven't complained this year and I know they've already started watering, the grass and stuff, so, maybe because I guess they're used to one meter being in there for 21 years. You switch out to a new one that works better, it's newer, it's just a new noise to them. I'm sure once they get used to whatever,
Oh, yeah.
it's fine,
Well, I had the fridge crap out in my house and I didn't realize, it was really quiet and I never put two and two together when I learned the compressor was bad in my fridge. When I got the new fridge, I was like, wow, this is really loud. Like, it's making all sorts of, it's making ice and the water's running and the fan's running and it's making noise. And now I'm used to it again, but yeah, I got used to no noise from the bad fridge until
Didn't we take the water bill station out of this issue?
we did.
I know it shows it in mine. Remember, I asked you we were negative somewhere? Well, not negative, but over.
My old fridge started working.
Okay.
Definitely became accustomed to that. Calm.
To the quiet? Yeah, well, it first started, they quit making ice. We thought it was the ice maker. And then I woke up one morning and pulled out the freezer, pulled out hash browns and everything was fridge temp. I thought, and then I went, oh no. I lost a lot of food out of that, actually.
Oh, and water fill station will be, the new one will be put in this coming up Monday, the 18th. So just let everybody know, so.
Are we excited for that?
There
We've
might be some growing pains though.
I'm sure we're going from one way for the last
And
couple
the
of
guy
years.
from Arizona, when I originally talked to him, he said he wouldn't be able to make it up because of the COVID thing, but I talked to him a couple weeks ago, and actually he's gonna be in, we didn't even communicate, but I told him what day we were doing, he's gonna be in Pinedale on the 19th. So he's coming up the weekend before, so he will be here on the 18th helping us with that, making sure that it's up and running, so.
Well, did we tell everybody to use the older cards up, or how did we handle that?
We've been,
telling people.
I'm trying to tell people to
Yeah.
do
I
it.
thought we did, I just,
And then once they set up their account with the new one, because we're gonna get a list of everybody that has a balance. So when they set up an account, we can put that money onto their.
Oh.
So
And
the
leave
new
it
one
out.
goes out.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Right.
Robert's gonna be there Monday morning, gonna do whatever he does, and then we're gonna break that new system down. It's actually, looks pretty simple. I mean, we're just gonna pull the wires back, rerun the wires over the shed. I've already got everything mounted in a box that's gonna mount to the face of the shed. Most of it's gonna be inside the shed. The only part that'll be outside is the card reader and the keyboard or whatever, keypad. Yeah, so I think it's gonna be pretty simple. We're gonna change over a flow sensor down in the manhole to the one that he sent us. But other than that, I think it's gonna go pretty easy. So I don't think it's gonna-
internet out there.
We already have internet. They did that, 3 months ago? 3 weeks
About
ago?
a month ago, yeah, coming up a month.
And that's all set. Now that we have
Verizon
internet out
is-
there, we talked about getting a camera that we can run off of, to have out there too, so.
with the whole COVID issue, we couldn't get the, wireless router, I guess? Verizon didn't have one available, but they found a company that could sell us one for $600.
$600.
Yeah. So,
Is it cellular?
No, we didn't buy it, trust me.
no,
No, I mean, your
No.
service.
no, I got a hold of,
Cell service?
No,
Tim with Mountain West and
Yeah, just say
said,
we
what
could
is,
get-
what is your service in that area? And he says, as a matter of fact, it's right across the road.
Yeah, I'll call Jill and they have a railroad tower, so that's right there. I got it on top of the shed, one right at the tower. Yeah. So that worked out pretty good, so. No, we're all ready, we're just waiting for Monday. We can't do normal work out there, we already got a trench dug for the electrical. Yeah, so we're just waiting. So, we
How
had,
long do you think the install can take?
It's not, I mean, I've already looked, me and Kobe already looked at it, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, you know, where this goes, so, and like I said, the guy's gonna be here, so.
So a couple days, you thinking?
It should be up and running by the end of Monday.
Oh, wow.
Now, on the sign out there, I put the 18th to 19th to cover my, butt, just in case something happens. But I have, to be running by Monday, you know, later Monday afternoon, so.
Excited to see you.
Yeah, we've had a sign out there for, what?
That was a very good
Whatever. We've had a sign out there for
Yeah, for.
over 2 weeks, over
That's like
2
a
weeks
couple
now.
weeks,
Yeah. Telling people when it's gonna be closed, so.
And we're printing the flyers out with directions how to go set up your account online so they can take those.
The only problem with that though, is Evansville isn't on
Still not
the
listed.
payforwater.com yet. It's supposed to be there by the end of the week, but, nobody can set up nothing right now. So, but the papers are out there explaining how to do it, so.
I'm sure you guys will get lots of phone calls, but.
They will,
Yeah.
I won't,
They-
unless they put the phone up
Jan
on
weighed the
paper.
pros and cons, she's like, take them out there wrong, we'll deal with it. So, when they call, we'll politely explain, just keep checking.
And actually, that's all paid for now, right? The water bill station, yeah, so that's all done well. So. And when the guy's here on Monday, he's gonna come over and train these guys, Jan and stuff, so he's gonna do everything in one day. It can't be that difficult. All right, where are my enterprise is done? Okay.
And then so you're
I'm just trying to,
moving
moving
along.
on, man. Moving
Yes.
on. Let's see. Might as well go to parks, I guess.
I wasn't either for some reason.
Your Wi-Fi's not working, Janelle.
Tried calling someone. No internet connection.
We can't see the town Wi-Fi.
Change the password.
Well, there's an activity. Oh, what's me to put the password in again?
I'll wait now.
So by one, we all got booted and I have a note with it.
Do you want to do this?
Me, Bill. James.
It's the, your
I'll get you sideways. Oh, it sucks to get cold.
Netgear 552.
Okay, maybe this is two, because there's two of them, but where did it go?
I can only see one.
Where's the router?
Are we still streaming live?
In the mayor's office.
That's probably why 5G probably won't go this far.
Or did we get back on?
Was it a capital?
Yes.
I'm connected to Netgear 5.2.
Is it Netgear 5.2? Okay.
Dark on me.
Still real. Capital low.
internet issues.
Yeah, it
They got
booted
booted.
all of our tablets.
I got booted.
You didn't get booted, did you?
Yeah, I got booted.
I think, I was probably on the 5G before.
I was on the 5G before too, and now I'm only on the regular.
I think it's how far away we are from it, because the regular's 2.1 gigahertz and it goes further than 5G.
We're
There we go,
cooking
now I
with
can
gas.
open it. Would you look at that? We're doing parks,
Parks, yes.
okay, parks.
Come down to 1063, 340, water, sewer, sanitation, kept the same. Electricity kept the same. Repairs and maintenance of parks kept the same. Chemicals, I kept the same. You see, the 171, the current year actual, I haven't bought my yearly weed killer and all that stuff, so that'll go up, so that's why I kept it the same. Small tools, kept the same. Vehicle expense, parks truck, I kept the same, but if we go and replace my truck, the parks truck is probably gonna go away, with that. So we can, I'll let you know, we could either lose that or. Let's see. Gasoline, kept the same. We just started getting back into mowing and all that, so that'll definitely go up from, current year actual. Diesel fuel, it dropped down to 1,500 from 2,000. Equipment expense, once again, we haven't had a lot of issues with stuff. Mowers, zero turns and, the Gator. So, didn't spend a lot this year, but I kept it the same because you never know. Let's see, okay. Equipment, as you see, I got a zero turn mower, air conditioned, in there. It's $28,000. This was a wish list item, so we can take that away if you would like. It would be nice, right now the guys are out in the zero turn doing Fifth Alley and River Park and that big field that's, on the south side of River Park. It's really a crappy job when it's 95 degrees out and the wind's blowing and no air conditioning, not covered. It'd be a nice item to have. Our other zero turn is getting pretty old, pretty beat up. Still runs, still does the job. So, if we have to, lose that this year and try some other time, it's not, a necessity that I have to have. It's just a wish list item. It's $28,000. It's through a company. It's called Cabin Air. It's they do the cab part with the air conditioning and stuff, and the mower is it's a Ferris mower. It's because I had a John Deere one priced out, and they were looking at $34,000, for a cab on a zero turn mower. But like I said, it was a wish item. It's $28,000, and that's includes delivery from Virginia. So, that's it for parks. Parks ain't very much.
It looks like these numbers are right, you're about $60,000 under right now.
It's about 50,000.
Can we get the mower and take that out?
Yeah, let's go get it.
Can they
I don't know. It's not,
work their magic?
I stopped contacting them after I got the quote, you know, because I told them what I was for, so. What do you look at, works?
Because if you get this one, and you got the older one, and the older one craps, you still have this one, and this one should make it at least a couple of years longer, like 2 to 3 years at least.
Yeah, I mean, we had some work done to it, not last year.
How long would this new one last you, probably? Roughly.
The old one we have right now,
No, if you got the new one, how long would it last you,
how long?
roughly? So let's say the old one takes a crap on
This
you.
is probably, you know, before it gets all looking like the one we got, probably zero turn we have now is a 2000, 2011.
11?
Actually, it might even be a little mad, I'm not 100% sure. Because I get so many years of my different equipment, I get confused sometimes. Without having it in front of me. I'd say at least 10 years.
10-year-old mower, so if we get a new one, if you got a 9-year-old mower now and if it craps out, you would.
It might be older than that, it actually might be a 2006, but I'll have to.
I'm just thinking going into tighter times, if we can get it down. In 2 years, he's not coming to us with no mower.
I just, you know, because I've been on that end and, you know, I did it for years in the zero turn, you know, nobody else wanted to do it. I go out there when it's 95 and you come back, you know, this color skin, you know, and washing the stuff out of your hair for 6 hours in the shower. It's uncomfortable, you know, stuff, when wind's blowing, all the grass, because it's side discharge, it's all blowing back in your face and your eyes, and, you know, even with sunglasses or safety glasses on, it kind of gets in, you know, but, you know, like I said, it was a wish list item. The zero turn we have now is a John Deere. You know, and like I said, I got a quote from John Deere, and theirs was $34,000, plus you had to buy the front 7-iron mower part to it, which was another $2,000, so we're looking at about 36 for John Deere. Now this Ferris mower, you know, I did research on it. It's the suspension is a lot better. Each tire has its own independent suspension, so it'd be a lot smoother ride than the John Deere, because right now that thing's brutal. And the Cabernet system, it's basically one of the only companies that does this for those type of mowers.
Is
I
it a
think we
John?
bought that in 2005.
I was gonna say, is it
Yeah.
a John Deere tractor? with
I
two
want to
cars?
say it was 2006, you know, mower.
We bought it in June of 05
Yeah, I want to say it was 2006.
for 19,807.
Okay, how much?
So 19,807?
Okay, almost 20 grand for that, 2006.
Probably bought it at,
So it's tractor mower John Deere.
probably bought it at,
Stokes.
Yeah, I want to, I got thinking about it, I want to say it's a 2006.
yeah, I think it's a buy.
So anyway, back on track. What was I talking
This is so nice, having these, because we
We're going
can
into my
access.
desktop.
So you can actually see what we're talking about, so getting up, running in and digging and saying, I don't know, I'll get back to you.
Is there a problem with pulling from different line items in order to get that into under?
I don't think we necessarily have to do that because we'll do a budget amendment. So I think truthfully, if the overall doesn't go over, we can adjust the line items. Because the budget amendment says, it just says parks this amount.
So you're saying take it out of this year?
If you can, or else I would say we
Because
take
we're
it,
unexpended that
we
big.
lose it next year and look after.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where we're at, like, if we can take it this year, get it this year, because it's gonna last us through everything, and if not, probably not gonna get it next year.
I think we need 28K out of that.
Yep.
Oh, I mean, I know you guys made me do a few things last year too. That was my first year doing this. So I'm still kind of, don't like spending money if we don't have to, you know what I mean? So, you know, but I get exactly what you're saying, so.
Because we don't want the 9-year-old mower to crap out on us next year when we could potentially be
I know
extremely tight.
we spent quite a bit of money on it, the transmission part of it. I think it wasn't last, it was when Dan was here, it was summer before. Last summer that Dan was here, we spent money on it. So it's getting there,
It's 15 years old.
it's taking a beating, you know, so. I figured if I was gonna get one, I'd get one that was enclosed and air conditioned, you know, I mean,
As long as they're breathing all that in.
yeah.
No.
I will contact them tomorrow and
See if
talk
you
to them.
can get it up. So are we taking that out?
I think we do.
And try to get it, yeah, take it out and
Because one
try to
way or
get
the
it this
other,
year. Yeah,
Okay.
either try to get it this year or it's no go.
Okay.
That's
All
good.
right, no, that's fine.
That's a suggestion.
No, that's fine. with me. No, I just, you know, I mean, I didn't put a lot in any of this budget, but, you know, some of the things, you know, I mean, I can do without. It's not a big deal. I mean, I get it, so. Okay, I'll contact them tomorrow and talk to them. We'll save that one for last.
Which
General,
one is that one?
Yeah, what was that?
huh?
Streets and alleys?
Yeah, we'll save that one for last. That, actually, it's not that bad. General, let's see, general, we'll start with office supplies, kept the same. Let's see, printing kept the same. Safety equipment, uniforms kept the same. Utilities, you know, phone, water, sewer, sanitation, electric, natural gas, kept that all the same. First aid supplies, God knows why.
See, you
I
did
could
buy
probably
some.
lower that
I was
one.
gonna say that.
I told you.
I could probably lower that one to like, you know, probably $500.
Can we do
No.
250 like you did for the rest, for your
Yeah,
enterprise side?
yeah, we probably could. I mean, like I
You
said,
didn't do anything for enterprise.
you know, I just go up,
He was
but,
questioning himself, did I buy first aid supplies?
you know,
Yeah, you put them all in the general fund. Ron.
it's just,
254.
So I say.
you gotta remember, this 1920 budget I made with Dan, so I didn't argue with Dan, and it's like, you know, I'm looking at previous
It's your
years.
first
We
year
could,
doing it by yourself.
we could, put yeah, so we could probably go to 250, you know, like the rest of them.
So, take it.
950, yeah.
Repairs and maintenance on building, I just rounded it off to 5,500, because you got, we had garage door issues last year, and as you can see what we spent, we went over, so, yeah, I kept that the same. Hopefully we won't have any garage door issues this year, so, but I kept it the same in case something happens to the air conditioning or, furnace upstairs, so I kept that the same, I went up to 5,500. Small tools, they kept that the same because we Kobe's been driving me nuts about a 1-inch impact wrench, air wrench for the bigger tires because our smaller air impact wrenches won't take off the lug nuts and stuff. And the 1-inch air impact wrench is like around $1,000, so I kept that the same. Because we are gonna need one eventually, but I keep telling him, nope. So maybe he'll be happy this year if I say go buy
Maybe you
one.
can wait until Christmas and do the free couple.
Yeah. Custodial supplies kept the same. Pretty much same. supplies inventory, that's, nuts, bolts, everything else we use in the shop, oil,
filters.
yeah, oil filters and all that, so I kept that the same. Office equipment, I didn't have to buy any computers this year. But Robert has informed me that I have to eventually, so I kept that the same. That's pretty much it. General's pretty straightforward.
What is professional services? Historically, we've never spent more than $500 and you have 3,000.
I actually oh, I thought I loaded that, I guess I didn't. Yeah, I don't know.
Geared up or something, or
I've asked,
Drug testing, basically, is all that goes in.
can we lower that? I mean, since 2015, we've never spent more than 500.
it's fine by me.
I mean, even,
Bump it down to
even,
500.
yeah, drop it down to
Yeah.
500, and I mean, if we have a random one-off event, I think we can deal with it at that point, but I mean, I know, I'm sure it's a little higher, but as this says, you're 52,000 under budget, I mean, that's,
Maybe 4,000.
right now, is that where we're at after, like, current?
For in general, right, yeah.
Yeah, original. Okay. If we could shave some off of that down to 500, that part off there.
Yes, I mean, like I said, my first year doing it by myself, and some of the stuff I'm not quite sure of, like professional services, I don't know what they are.
That's what we're here for.
I know,
We'll just take it away, Ron.
okay, take it away, you're gonna anyway. so take it
Yeah,
away.
exactly.
If you buy
The
the
answer is
truck, will you need 2,000?
Oh, for, vehicle expense?
Yeah.
See, now
Or is that gonna kinda get you by for now?
see, because my truck, which is considered Brian's truck, comes out of vehicle expenses, streets and alleys, which is 1062,500. We don't have a specific truck that, actually, okay,
I
General
charge,
Dale's.
I
right?
charge your fuel to 1061.
Okay, because we have 1061,500 vehicle expense, Dale's truck, which I consider the gray Dodge. You know, the Dodge that we
We
have.
need to get like unit numbers.
We do have well, that's all what they hand me, but we have
I don't
unit
know.
numbers, like mine's 141, the gray truck is 128. But, you know, like if someone fills up 128, you know, I'll take the gasoline out of, you know, 1061,510 because that's Dale's, you know, the gray Dodge.
Well, that's not what I do on the invoice.
See, that's what I do because
I charge the actual truck to
Okay.
the person that's
I'm
driving.
just going by what, you know, I see Dale's truck, which is the gray Dodge. If someone puts gas in that, I take it out of, you know, I usually write 1061,510 for that one. My truck, 141, I'll take it out of 1062,510. So, is what it is.
Oh,
Let's see.
Or you'll leave office equipment, you have to be computers. Are you at least operating on Windows 10 over there or no?
Don't ask
Or
me
you
those-
not the person to
don't
ask?
me those kind of questions.
Robert?
Where is he? When we call him? No. No, that's why I have Robert. No, you
I'm
asked me,
thinking he's on your plans, so,
you know,
okay.
if you want to ask me about something that's in the ground, I'll answer that question. I plead the fifth.
Fair enough.
I am not a computer guy, I really, am not. I don't have a lot of interest in them, and, you know, I know you are, you're a big computer guy, and Robert is, but I just don't have a lot of interest in them, you know. I'm learning, I'm doing really good, I set up my website with, YDOT the other day, they're getting permits a lot faster now. You know, instead of 6 weeks, I get them in a week, so. I did that all by myself, I'm proud of myself. Today, good, got my first permit approved today.
Did they answer all your questions when you called?
Yeah, she
What
was
was-
very helpful.
What was the issue?
We can go computers now.
Huh?
What was the issue?
The issue was that this town
Seven pizzas.
has had a lot of permits through DEQ, that when they transferred over to the computer,
Yeah, they're not.
that no one ever put any of our crap into there, so I have nothing to attach that permit to a license. So she found an old license back in '87, that I was able to attach that file to. So it worked.
Oh, I wasn't following where you're going. I do, yeah, there's $50,000 left in current years. So
Lexi said they're like 24,000 right now, if you,
don't play.
like today. Talk
Yeah,
about the
still.
computers,
Oh,
you know.
I don't even know how much a computer costs nowadays, so. Rob just says that we need,
Yeah, say, what, 500-600 tops.
I mean, you just need the tower power, right?
Holders.
But yeah, I think.
Yeah, you just need, yeah, you don't need
Yeah,
the
you don't
screen, you
need
just need the
and
tower,
keyboard,
yeah.
right, you just need the
I
tower.
think.
I know that one.
Haven't purchased anything in office.
So we're suggesting, since you have $2,000 in office supplies for this year, that you should probably get your computers now, since you're not supported.
I'll tell Rob that we don't
Okay.
do it. I did buy a copier though. Yeah,
Where did
great.
it come out of?
Oh, printer?
Okay, all right, yeah. Remember I took it, the three districts,
So
yeah.
we're gonna take out 2,000?
Yep.
Yeah.
For office. Okay, Ron, did you do that?
So zero that line.
We're zeroing out,
780.
yep. We're gonna zero it out and
So spend it.
spend it.
Okay. Robert, you
Robert
like
will be
getting
happy.
candy, so.
I know, he likes to buy computers.
Well, and if you're not running on Windows 10, I mean, that, we gotta do that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're going on. I don't think we are, are we?
I probably not.
Probably not.
We haven't got new computers in a while, and
Okay.
That computer was here when Dan was here.
so then, no, it doesn't.
Okay.
And anything older than Windows 10.
Shows you how much I know about computers.
It's no good.
Actually, that computer might have been with Dell.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't remember Dan buying the computer.
I think he bought a
We should make it
laptop.
a little, they just quit working equivalent.
Yeah.
Software doesn't.
We make it work, you know, we make things work, that's why we,
He moved
try
to
to-
public works.
that's how we try to save money, try to do it ourselves, but some stuff we can't, so. Okay, I'll tell him about that tomorrow.
We just gotta get billed for June 22nd.
I
He'll be at Best Buy tomorrow.
Preferably
I
get
will go to
ready.
Best Buy or swipe the
got a credit card, so.
Oh, that's right,
I
we did
know.
that, see?
I talked to him as well, he's at Best Buy buying those laptops.
Yeah. A nice laptop.
And Joel said the green buttons, like the green.
I know when Janelle dropped it off on my porch and no contact, I pulled it out and I'm like, wow, these are fancy.
Oh, yeah, we bought that special for you, didn't
Janelle got one too.
Oh, I just went to.
I know.
Out of my budget.
$1,000 on top of
I know.
it. Stand by.
We just dropped
We're dropping.
basically 5.5K out of that.
Let's see, any other spots? we can
I went the
do?
wrong way though with my math.
4,500.
I added the $2,000 back in. Dang it. I'm going the wrong direction. Okay. So we're down to 359, 758.
I think that-
That's where I'm at.
I'm just doing individual departments.
I got the tally from where we're taking it out of. Because I ran out of room yesterday. So,
More detail, I just got 96K PD, 49K fire department.
no, I got, I was, for some reason, I think I was feeling really, I don't know what the word is optimistic.
You set yourself up to fail.
I was, and I started,
Does it make you feel better?
yeah, you know, that I tried using this one.
Trying to save a tree and just.
Save a tree, minimal cuts, you know. I was feeling optimistic.
I gotta, you know, I'm looking at the next one, streets and alleys, and I'm looking at the bottom, I guess not being so cheap.
What, your current spend?
No, hey, you know what? We were thankful for your,
I'm looking at the
Sorry,
budget,
I was
I'm
gonna
looking
say
at my
cheapness.
current year actual, I'm like, wow. Man, you know, and I actually checked, you
You
know,
got 76,000.
cheap is okay as long as you're not coming to us going,
It's broke.
this broke, this isn't working.
no, and that's why, you know, like, you know, that, the two highway
This equipment expenses too.
so we good with general?
Yeah, I mean, we're just, get those computers done and then
Okay,
we're knocking out professional services and first aid, because you were really
Yeah,
excited
no, that's
about
fine,
first
yeah,
aid.
you know, that's fine, yeah, I don't understand, yeah, it's just like, wow, you know, whatever.
I mean, and you consistently come in pretty, I know you budget high, but then you come in low, which I mean, that's what helps us at the end of the year.
Okay, if we're good there, we'll go to streets and alleys, last one, okay. Oh, they're so busy, cut stuff. Take a break real quick, I'll be right back.
So I took, well, I was out of parks, so I took 28,000 out of parks. And then 950 out of first aid, 2,500 out of professional services, and then 2,000 out of public works office, for the general office.
I had the right number, 5.5, I just wasn't sure how I came up with that.
Yeah, I gotta break it down, because I'm not making notes on this actual spreadsheet here, so when we come back tomorrow night, if I don't have it broken down here, I'll start trying to cut the same places that we already cut.
Clear intermission. To answer one of your questions from yesterday.
Thank you.
If there's
Did you
two
say
different
remission or intermission?
intermission.
Oh, intermission.
They said remission.
Right.
Something wrong with me?
We turn the comments off, right, so my 7
There's
can't get on
The
there?
bottom line is just the email account, which is 50 gigs mailbox, $4 a month.
I
And
don't.
if you do unlimited, it's $8 a month. And that's just email.
That is awesome, because we can drop, because 50 gigs is a ton of email. So those part-time firemen, we can drop their email accounts from 20 down to 4. That would be a great savings.
To answer that question.
So what was the total monthly on that, like if we were to combine everything?
I don't think we have that yet, but
Well.
it was just my question if we could drop the size of the email account of the
How
part-time
many
firemen.
volunteers is there roughly?
There's about 35 email accounts, and I would say there's 8 full-time guys.
So it's 27 emails roughly. So at $4, that's $108 a month. And if it's $20, it's $540 a month.
Yeah, it's a good savings, sorry. That would help a lot.
If Leo was okay with all that too.
Right. So 108.
Just tell them it's exact.
1,296 a year.
Really, I can't see how they would use anything else, because the only thing, they're gonna lose Office by going down to that.
Right.
But the 8 that have the higher end get Office, so they can actually install Office on all of their computers, as long as they don't have more than 8. With the guys that are paying the full amount, so the rest of the guys are gonna use Office, but just have a lower email.
Yeah, it's not individual
Yeah,
devices, because I don't think the volunteer guys are doing.
It is on your account, so
Yeah.
you got Office Pro Plus, which you can install locally, but every 2 or 3 months, that person who has it's gonna have to log in. It's basically a licensing thing to make sure it's you, but they can just grab that guy and have him log in, authenticate it, anybody.
And as long as you assign it to a one of our full-time or even part-time guys that are there.
Yeah.
You know, on a regular schedule, that you can keep the accounts.
I don't think there'd be a drawback to them, it'd just save us $400 a month.
Right,
With smartphones, I would imagine they can tie that email to the phone and be in it all the time, so it
right.
means having to log in.
So,
Now, what about,
Basically
what
what the
about
emails
you
are
guys?
for,
This
so
is
they just.
365. But what about you guys with the 365?
we could potentially take one step down, but we couldn't go anywhere near that far because we need the office on our tablets to be able to pull up Excel and Word. and things.
Okay.
Your PDFs and all that fun stuff.
But we have the high-end one, potentially drop us down a little bit, because I think it's gonna be like $4 a month for online office, but then we wouldn't be able to download the apps.
Right.
Have you reached out to any of the other computer service companies? I'm just curious how they compare.
Well,
price-wise.
last year, or in 18, I talked to several, CMIT was one at the time. Since then, I've not reached out to other ones because she came to us on a whole separate, she didn't come to sell herself, it was a whole different thing she was here for. And so I started looking at her resume, and every time we called her, she's on the phone.
I mean, the prices don't sound bad from what I've heard, so.
And she's just right up here by Home Depot, so.
Good?
We can go back to yours now.
No, don't.
Yep, streets and alleys.
Huh?
Take her away, boss. Streets and alleys.
Last one.
Last
Oh,
one.
I do want to mention on the radios that because Mike sent me through.
Hers.
Yeah, Harris radios. Those will be paid for this year too, so we don't have
Get
to.
those in?
No, they were supposed to be shipped from New Zealand on the 7th, so. Yeah,
Cow.
so.
Wow.
Fancy.
um,
So we'll be here like
So
traveling,
June 15th.
We already got the bill though, so I was just waiting to pay it until we got the radios, but.
Yeah, we're probably gonna
Push
have,
comes to shove.
probably, I was gonna mention that to you tomorrow.
Because they're probably gonna ship somewhere in the middle of the ocean.
That's gonna come out of the free enterprise accounts, break it up, so those will be paid for this year too. And I need
One
them
way or
because
the other.
I think I told you the email I sent out, that ours are obsolete, they can't be repaired anymore, so we had to buy new radios, so.
What was the price difference with them versus Compton?
What was it? These guys got down to 16,700 for seven radios, all the batteries and accessories and stuff. And I think,
That was like 14,000.
was it down to 14?
I don't know, I'm
Yeah,
gonna go look
no,
now.
I didn't bring that paperwork with me because that's this year, so, it was a good savings though. It was, yeah, it's good. I think they were up around 19, the other place, yeah. Yep, okay, streets and that, oh, I gotta wait for Lexi now. Never mind.
My newer sheet says 80,
What?
but still,
So the newer sheet were what?
it says 80.
The bill's for 14,900.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's
so,
under 80.
Just about $4,000 savings.
And
yeah, no, it was pretty good. Yeah, and all we need, like Janelle was telling us, we made sure he's gonna program all the fire attack channels. And, you know, the only other one we need is the landfill.
Those are 24.
So he'll program all that.
General?
Yeah, no, you can, it's pretty good.
Mine says.
We have-
General was 24.
He had another model that would've cost a lot, well, probably half of that,
Purchase and general was
but-
24.
Sorry.
when he, what'd you say?
I think general's the one, because right now general's 50.
I don't remember why he didn't go with that other model.
Yeah,
I don't think he could program.
And then I think.
Oh, because the fire attack stuff's on Huawei.
Yeah, we had an upgrade to the,
Okay,
like the $1,300 radio or whatever, the other one was like $700.
So,
But he said, he called me back, said it wasn't gonna work, so that's why we had to bump up to the next one. it was still a lot, you know,
That's why it'd be a,
yeah.
I mean, that's what,
why we're not right now.
Okay, you ready?
Which.
We'll wait till-
I'm not gonna say you are not waiting.
I didn't, doesn't have to tell me.
but I feel like there's some things that,
We still have revenues coming in, we haven't really hit a big decline in sales and
well,
stuff
the
yet.
idea is
It's
to,
2 months behind.
when we get there, that nothing's needed to be replaced or purchased, or we just try to maintain what we don't, make it through. That's the idea.
I think we're there. See how.
All right, street, I'm ready, if everybody else ready, streets and alleys. We'll start with,
Can we start at the very top there, why actual salaries and wages versus budget is so skewed? Is that because you were just short-handed for a while there? Okay, 'cause that's a really big, okay.
what are we looking at
I'm
now?
like, are we not paying somebody? Like, we got volunteer
They haven't
mowers?
said anything, so we just
Like,
continue on.
it's like, everyone's getting paychecks, right?
Why? This is what you're.
You'll have some of them volunteering to mow lawns, saying,
Down, basically.
Did we move some of the other one?
Everybody's spread out, you got one person in each department.
Now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, I was just making sure, like,
we
because that's
had
already,
4 people for
Quite a
a
while,
long time,
quite a while,
Yeah.
yeah.
you know,
wages went down.
I'm kind of, it's nice having 6 people, but there are days where I wish we could back down to 5 so I could do more physical work, but I'm getting used to it, I'm backing off.
Yeah,
Do
'cause
their
parks-
stuff.
You gotta get a little desk, I think, a little bit.
I do, I get a lot more than I want to, I tell you that, so.
I can tell you every time I call you, though, I can tell you're outside.
I like to get outside, it's nice out.
Doing something.
I got out and sprayed for some weeds today, so I was happy.
Okay.
Safety equipment, uniforms, kept the same. I don't know why.
So
Cause all,
you made a big jump there. You've been 170s, 170s, 500s, and you jumped up to 1500, but now you're only.
like I said,
42.
this year's budget, I did with Dan last year, and so I didn't, yeah, we could probably drop, cause, you know, shirts and stuff like that, I pretty much take out of, you know, enterprise accounts. You know, I mean, we could drop that probably down to 500,
500,
yeah,
okay.
yep,
Which one?
1062, 320.
I mean, to interrupt you, it's just kind of as we go
No,
through
I,
these, instead of going all through and then just going
No,
back and asking the
that's-
same questions, because
What are we bumping it down to?
we're
Right.
taking 1,000 off of it, down to
yeah,
500.
no, I don't have a problem with that, it doesn't bother me. I'd rather you speak up. First aid supplies, $100 in that one, kept the same. Repairs and maintenance, streets and alleys is 28,000 this year, I kept that the same. Cause this number here, 20,921 is higher than that, cause I know I only have probably like $3,000 left in repairs and maintenance and alleys. Between asphalt patching, just everything, so I wanna keep that. Cause I'll actually probably be down to, by the end of May, probably use up pretty much all of that 28,000, cause we got more asphalt patching and doing stuff.
We had talked about that last
Yeah,
year.
I don't know
about
what
doing half of it this year and half of it.
I've been keeping track of it.
For what?
Yeah.
Right, for the asphalt patching, we had talked about last year doing half of it this
No,
year.
that's crack seal. I didn't even call that guy this year. Cause he's pretty much done the whole town in the last 2 years. I don't see,
Everything looks pretty good.
yeah, I mean, I don't see him just coming back every year. I mean, they never used to have him come back every year, you know, I mean, between the last 2 years, he's pretty much done everything in town, so I mean, I figured I could skip this year at least.
We're good for a couple of years.
Yeah,
It's time
right, that's what I figured. I mean, some of these streets, he can't even crack seal them because, I mean, they're so spidered and, just old out. So, I mean, and we can't redo a whole street because for one, we don't have the equipment and it's expensive to have somebody else do it. So, we get holes and, we'll cut out a big square, fix it when we can, but, even, you get a small pothole that by the time you cut it out to get a decent size, so it, fixes an area. 10 tons of asphalt is, roughly 650, it's like $65. Well, last time it was like $65 a ton. So you're talking, each little patch could cost you, $700. So it adds up pretty quick just doing these patches. So we've done a couple on iron last week. We had to go out to Brookhurst the week before, and because we had a couple of leaks out there last winter, we had to patch those because you can't do it during the winter time because they don't make hot mix. So, it adds up pretty quick, these patches.
I might be able to get some old mill for you next.
I would love some more. We're almost out of road now. Now, county, YDOT was supposed to give us a bunch. They were supposed to put it out by the water fill station. I talked to, what's his name, Ron Reed, and he kept calling me saying, oh yeah, we're gonna put a bunch out there, but that was last fall, and I ain't seen any put out there yet, so I don't know.
I think we're getting ready to redo some service work.
Yeah, if we get some, we'll take some.
Because we got some last time, didn't you?
Yep.
What we did,
Yes, we did.
the big runway.
Yep, I remember, yeah, because we went out, it was, I think it was me and Dan.
Double the giant pile.
Yeah, me and Dan went home from the airport. Where was I? Thursday. Repairs and maintenance, yeah, keep that the same. Small tools, I mean, we haven't bought a lot of tools this year. Probably should have bought more than what we have so far, but, it's $500, I like to keep that. Because we always need socket sets, drill bits, all kinds of stuff, so, I mean, I could probably spend some of that by the end of May, to be honest with you. Because I was just trying to drill something the other day, and all our drill bits, I'm bad.
Doing that professional services.
I have no idea what that is.
Do we have it?
I don't know what it
Went
is.
back and looked, and we have.
You can use that, but as I'm concerned.
There hasn't been anything there for years.
And trust me, I was looking at that saying, well, we haven't used it, but I don't know what it's for, so I just kept putting it in there, but.
We'll help you with that.
Oh, yeah, we'll have to make that.
No, I have no idea.
The only thing that I could think of is if you had to do like any kind of, like a core sample in the roadway or something, but generally that's a street project.
Right.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know what
whole
it's for.
sheet has nothing on it, so it's
Yeah.
pretty safe to take.
You spent $75 in 15-16.
Over 5 years.
But yeah, 5 years ago. You spent $75 5 years ago.
No,
I don't know
I-
what you guys are doing, but.
I agree with you. I mean, I just don't know what it was for, so that's why I was hesitant about not moving it over, and it's a for, so.
And you won't miss it.
Yep.
I won't miss it, no, I won't. No problem there. Vehicle expense, my truck, 1,500. If I don't get a new truck, I'm gonna keep the 1,500 because I'll know I need, like I said, it's 2006 with 180,000 miles on it, so something's gonna go wrong with it.
I feel like 1,500 is not even like realistically.
I mean, if I do, we can get rid of it, I mean, if I get this other truck, I could lose that.
What about the gray Dodge though?
Gray Dodge is under,
But realistically, if you buy a
Well,
new
we're gonna
truck,
keep a truck in each one of these. So, I mean, with yours, if yours is new, yeah, this 1,500, but then all the other ones are still gonna have to come to
Like, to
fix.
be honest with you, the flatbed, the one we just had the diesel motor last year replaced, I mean, we just really not a spot to take vehicle expense out of that, if that,
This is where it would come from.
huh? This is where it would come from? Okay. I mean, we can leave it in there, because, you know, something's gonna need tires or, you know, something.
Would that fall under equipment expense though?
No, equipment expense is loader, backhoe,
So you can't, your trucks don't fall under equipment expense, you have to keep that
it's under
under
vehicle
vehicles.
expense.
Oh, okay. Wheels are wheels, man.
I was confused when I first started that too, it's like, how could, well, but equipment expense is equipment, vehicle expense are vehicles, so. Gasoline kept the same, diesel, kept the same. Equipment expense, streets and alleys, once again, we didn't have a lot of issues. In the loader, as far as streets and alleys equipment, loader, backhoe, skid steers, if something goes wrong on them, it's gonna cost a lot to fix, so, I'd like to keep that there.
I don't know what council, sorry to interrupt from, I don't know what council's opinion is on this, I mean, do we knock it down for budgeting purposes if you have something catastrophic happen? Or approached? I mean, cause historically, he's not even getting to that 21.5, even historically, so I mean, do we knock it down to 15?
I think we do, just because
Yeah,
I've seen over 5 years.
Yeah, over 5 years, so if some, I mean, something catastrophic happens, you're probably gonna be reaching out to us anyway, so I mean, what's, you know, what's your limit, you know, on that, like, I mean, we bring you down to 15, I mean, your highest year was 13,000, or 14, you had 14,000 back in,
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
if we just shave you down there,
Yeah, that's fine.
So
Because like you said, if there's something
yeah,
that,
dropping
if
6,500.
there's something that's big, I'm gonna come to you guys anyway, so,
And then and so for final number purposes here,
yeah, that's fine.
refining your budget a little bit, I think. Because like you said, last year was kind of your shot in the dark with that, and figuring out how you were gonna operate, and what you were gonna need, and
Right.
so I mean, I think we can kind of start refining your budget a little bit, because as it stands right now, with your expenses in general streets, alleys, and parks, you're like 144,000 under what you were budgeted. And I mean, I completely contribute us looking at finishing the year in the black because of your savings and
76,000.
right now, like right now, so yeah, so right now, we're still at that 76,000, that's pretty significant.
Basically 6 weeks left.
It's 30% of the entire budget.
Yeah, I mean, so the idea is, I mean, you've been doing an awesome job staying way under your line items, but I'd like to get your line items a little more realistic for you, so then as your maintenance becomes more refined and as your equipment becomes a little newer, we do these things that if something catastrophic happens.
Yeah, I think you're right, though. I mean, you go back to previous years, I think a lot of it is due to what Dan started with maintenance and stuff, you know, and I don't think they did a lot of maintenance,
Yeah.
you know, before that.
And it's starting to reflect, and I think we could start kind of refining your budget to more
Okay.
realistic usage, you know, so our final number looks a little bit better, and we're budgeting what's realistic for you. And of course, we can't budget everything, I mean,
Right.
shit happens.
Yep.
Something's gonna happen, you're gonna.
Oh, yeah, put the garbage truck up, wipe out a garage door, shit happens. Oh,
So, I mean,
Yep,
and that's what we're here for, is to look at it when things like that happen. Because even though we budgeted for it, if it's a really bad year, I mean, just because the number's there on paper doesn't mean the money's actually there, so. You gotta-
okay. Yeah, that's 15's fine.
Okay.
Zero. Equipment, 1062, 783. I actually didn't think about this when I was doing it, but I thought about it after. These two MX6 mower decks, these are the mower decks that go on the back of our John Deere tractors when we mow the highway. they are beat up. There's, guards are all bent, whatever, you know, they are just beat up. They've been used a lot. Got a quote from Stokes for 2 new ones, and 2 of them would be $6,400, and I could technically, since it's the highway, they could come out of the reimbursable expense. So we can scratch that there and move that down to reimbursable. Because I don't know why I was putting it under there, but I thought about it after, and I was like, oh, okay, that's reimbursable for
So
the
do we
highway.
count the reimbursable in that final number at the bottom, or do you?
Yeah, it's included.
Those are the 2 tractors we got from the state.
Huh?
Are those the 2 tractors we got from the state?
But we
Yeah.
get reimbursed on that, right?
We got the state and what?
50,000.
So I guess in the back of our minds, do we take that out of our,
The revenue comes in, the expenses in, so
it just washes itself out? So if we take it out, we're looking at our numbers, it's not gonna make any bit of a difference.
no, if we have to take it out here, we have to take it out of the revenue side.
We are taking 6,400 out.
Well, that
That's, yeah, that's.
cost my bubble right there.
What?
They can't take the money out, it doesn't make a difference. Because the money's in a plus in another area.
Yes.
It's a wash.
Well, but in that, would you add that, so the 54,000 are reimbursable, would we put that 6,400 on top of that 50,000 or the
No,
6,400?
that
No,
would be-
that would be in the 50.
Kind of
So we can get rid of the 6,400?
Yeah,
So we can still, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So there we go, it's back, it's back.
yes.
It's
I
back.
don't know why I didn't put it down there. I mean, when I did it, it then was like, oh, wait a minute, that's, you know, reimbursable, so.
Because it's for the highway.
And actually, right, and it's actually a lot cheaper than I thought. I was thinking they're gonna be like $9,000 a piece, but, you know, when he sent me the quote, it's like, wow, you know,
Because we get 50,000 for,
Yeah, like 54 or something.
so we just say 50 for the sake of,
He just puts 50.
we always just spend 50 for as long as I've been here.
because even if you're 42 and you had the 60, because yeah, you've been like 48, 42. So this is like right at that
Well,
40.
this is probably one of the first years we spent a lot of that $50,000. You know, and we bought the plow truck. I squeaked by the winter with ice slice, and what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?
I know, this was the winter that we had a bunch of freezing rain and
We spent 47, 476.
Yeah, I spent 47,
So we've got 2,500 left.
yeah, so, you know, we did pretty good with that this year. So I know if we take the mower decks out of reimbursable, and I haven't got there yet, I'll explain the other thing under reimbursable. But even that, we shouldn't have any problem making the rest of it, you know.
Bobcat's under reimbursable as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, that 11,000 is included in that 50.
and I'll explain that
It's
right
all
now.
that.
See, as how we're on the subject. So our case skid steer, which is a 2011, 2012. I think I've talked to you about this one before, where Titan Machinery moved out of Casper up to Gillette, and we have nobody to fix it, work on it anymore. The thing, to be honest with you, everybody hates it, nobody will drive it. The vision is too big for what we need it for. Visibility is poor, see out the sides and the back. Half the time you can't even get it to move because the electronic emergency brake won't release. You know, it sits out back. Once in a great while you can jump on it, hit the parking brake, and it's like, oh, I can go now. But most of the time it doesn't work that way. So, the guy from Bobcat showed up one day at the shop, you know, salesman, like they always do. And he was talking to us about this new thing they're coming out with, well, they're out with Bobcat. It's called a Bobcat SAL. So what it is a small articulating loader. So like our big loader we have in the shop, it pivots in the middle, so you can get into tighter spots and, you know, all that. Show you real quick, just so you know what I'm talking about. So,
I was like, wait.
it's in the middle, so you can get a lot tighter
See, yeah,
spot.
radio, so we know what happened.
This whole cab, you got all that visibility instead of having the skid steer with the arms in the way. Okay, so let me explain this.
That's gonna be our cost.
Yeah. 36,000 brand new,
I was just saying, I'm looking at those and they're not 11 grand.
36,000. So this was the shocker. I said, well, what would you give me for the case skid steer?
Yeah.
You know, if I traded it, because I wouldn't need the case skid steer if I got this. And all our attachments will fit onto this. It has a front boom that extends 8.5 feet, so I can dump in the dump trucks. It's better than the case skid steer as far as reach goes. We can use all our attachments. 36,000 brand new. I asked him, he called me back like a week later. I was shocked, actually. He was gonna give us $25,000 for trading for the case
I
skid
was gonna
steer.
ask if he's taking that old one since nobody wants anything to do with it.
Actually, we like the old one. We drive that one more than we drive the case because it moves.
Or the case, that's what I meant, the one that nobody wants to move.
Yeah, the thing, you know,
Because it doesn't like.
yeah, so we
I
figured,
don't blame him, that's how we run through people's fences and stuff.
well, me and Colby thought he'd give us maybe like 15 for it, but then when he called, he said he'd give us 25,000 for it. So that leaves me with, 11,000 left to buy that. And so I'm like, well, yeah, and the visibility in this, and we really, and the thing about this, the way he pitched it, the bucket up, this machine is only 42 inches wide. So we could use it, on these sidewalks where people, over here where they don't shovel and all this stuff. It's hard to do with the big skid steer we have. I do it, but we tear up a lot of stuff,
That would be perfect for your ice buildups alongside the road and stuff too, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we
Take a
use,
bucket.
yeah, yeah.
Shovel
I
the
mean,
ice, and
I think for 11 grand and reimbursable.
it'd be super cool if we could start chopping out that ice.
Well, that's,
Just
I mean,
my car.
that's one reason on Third Street, we started pushing it to the middle because we used to destroy our cutting edges on the loader and the backhoes, getting all that ice out of the thing. That's why over here, we started pushing it to the middle. And it's helped out a lot, as far as ice in the gutters and stuff. But this thing here, we all talked about it and we would use this a lot more. And we got Bobcat right over here in case we need something. Titan Machinery is non-existent. They're up in Gillette right now. And as far as that guy goes, if this happens, that case skid steer would go to Gillette to get bought up there because he'd have a hard time selling it here.
Frankly, you're trading in something that nobody uses
No,
for something that everybody wants to use.
it would be much better for the alleys. Like I said, skid steer's got the two arms on the side, so visibility is terrible, backing up. This whole cab here is all glass, and the front bucket, boom, you don't have arms, it's a boom, and it extends out, like I said, 8.5 feet, so you can load dump trucks with it. A lot better than the skid steer. That thing's been a dog since they bought it, and no one really likes it, so.
I think it's
When he told me 25 grand, I said, I'll get back to you, so.
I think that's,
So between the mower decks and this, we're talking, it's 17.4 out of reimbursable. That still leaves me plenty of money for the winter time, If I did what I did this year with a little bit that we had, I'm sure I can manage next year, so. I get nervous, but we made it.
You'll have 30 grand.
Yeah.
For ice ones.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, you'll be able to pick up some ice slice since you skied by this winter, and I'm sure you probably used.
I had to order another truck a while back, but, we're probably, our shed's probably at least half full, so I'm in good shape for next winter, so,
Okay.
we used a lot of ice slice this year, I don't know how.
There was a ton of freezing rain this year, and that's why I was just kind of curious, like I said, I think about the ice, because there's low points. I mean, one of the big low points that I deal with is their 7th Toll and Veterans,
Yeah.
when you're coming down
Yeah.
that hill and it hits that
Yeah.
drain, and then it just, as soon as it freezes,
Yeah.
it just starts to kind of
No,
backfill it.
it got to the point I told guys, let's just stop worrying about how much you use, just use it. We got, so many times this year on the highways, it's all ice. You know, and it used to be past thinking was, oh, just throw a little bit down here and there, you know, and so that doesn't work. You know, I mean, you gotta use it, you know, we have to use it. So,
Well, it was at Fifth and Curtis, it got really icy
I remember
this
one
winter
time,
when
yeah.
you were, and you just be driving, like you wouldn't even be doing anything, and all of a sudden you just, your car just starts sliding, and I was like,
Well,
oh,
it's, you
man.
gotta understand, I mean, it's been drilled in when I started here, it was use as little as possible because the stuff's expensive. Well, our job is to try to make the streets safe and using little ain't helping, you know what I mean?
It's
So,
wasting it at that point. though,
yeah,
'cause-
you know, and I taught the guys, you know, like if we have big snowstorms, don't use slice at the beginning of a snowstorm because it's not gonna do anything, because all you're doing is going over, you're gonna plow it off to the sides. So, I mean, they'll make a pass, they'll throw some down at stop signs and stuff, but, you know, if you're out on the highway at 1 o'clock in the morning, there's nobody out there, we gotta get rid of the snow before the ice slice is gonna start to work. Because all you're gonna do is dump it down, you're gonna make another pass, kick it off the side of the highway, so
And
what
you
you
don't have
just,
any.
you ain't gonna do nothing, so.
Guess we should start back a little farther. And they stop at the stop sign, and then I was told to do that too. Stop at the stop sign, then you start and you come
No,
out.
they,
But
they,
usually they're sliding by the time they get to there.
yeah, that,
It is-
that one car thing that we were taught was, oh yeah, you know, 1 car length before a stop sign, stop putting them down. It's like, no, that's out the window, we, you know,
Yeah, cause like where I turned, when I turned on Toll Street, it was just ice.
Yeah.
Like just, it was like slow motion, just slid till I tapped the
stop
curb.
signs, yeah.
Yeah, I tapped the curb and now my right rear tire's not holding air anymore.
I gotta get the guys, that- you know,
I
that's,
made it.
and that's a fairly new exit onto VA Road, you know, everybody's used to 7th and 6th, so a lot of, you know, the guy, you know, like Robert and Kobe or whatever, you know, they got some, you guys gotta, because there's a little hill right there when you come up out of Toll. You know, you guys gotta get down there and throw some slides, so I think they started getting to it there toward the end, but, you know, it will get better each year, you know, but.
Well, Ron, I wanna say thank you for taking care of the budget, across your budgets. Even with the stuff we're putting in this year, you're still $100,000 under budget across your departments, so.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, and that's the precedent, you know, well, I've done budgets with you now for 3 years. With Public Works, just in general, you with 2 years now, but, you know, the president, when, at the end of the budget readings, you know, we've been in the red still, all 3 years, and at least the last 2 years, we've come out black at the end of the year just from saving, and that's huge. I mean, that makes a big difference. That, just because the money's there, you don't go and blow through it, and that makes a world of difference
You know,
for us,
And you guys are super handy, so they can do a lot themselves.
we do a lot
which
ourselves.
is huge.
Save us so much money.
Yeah, because it's, like I said, labor
And that's what you
alone.
guys do for the police department.
Well, yeah, using you guys
Stuff like
for,
that.
you know, just anything, whether it's something minor with a light or, you know, guys. I mean, I know some of my guys, they're cops, they're not electricians, so they have no business
No,
doing electrical
There are some
stuff.
stuff they'll ask me to do once in a while, it's like, don't know if I can do that, but I'll try, but, you know, we try to do what we can at the shop, you know, I mean, obviously with the garbage truck this past week, we're not diesel, you know, I mean, we couldn't have done that. I was kind of pissed that it cost us $4,000, but, you know, it is what it is, you know, need it fixed. You know, I don't need, either fix that and have the wheel fall, don't fix it, have the wheel fall off and cause $30,000 worth
That
of
could be
damage.
fun.
Yeah, exactly, so, you know, I just get irritated with vendors sometimes, because they'll tell you what the estimate's gonna be, and then, you know, you get the bill back, well, they picked the truck up yesterday, and it's $1,000 more. It's like,
All the time,
you know,
fuel
it's like,
trucks.
really? You know, you just told me $3,000 a week ago, now it's $4,000, so.
I deal with that all the time with fuel trucks. So I feel your pain there,
Well, thanks for being on top of money.
for sure.
It's not just me, it's all the guys at the shop, so,
Well,
yeah.
extend our appreciation, because it does make all the difference in the world, you know, at the end of the day, when we look at a number, we because it's really hard to cut us completely to zero and still function. But you guys try to save money as much as possible, and it pays off. It does help.
So it's a go on this one, on the streets, dude, love that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just,
I mean, it's reimbursed, if you can squeeze it reimbursable with your mower decks and still get ice slice and what you
Oh,
need,
yeah,
I mean,
no,
you get your 50 grand,
you know,
so.
after this year, 30 grand is a ton of money, you know what I mean? So, you know, I was just excited we got to do it without going over the 50 this year, because I was sweating it.
I know he's like, I gotta order another
It's
thing of
like,
ice
I
slice.
be out there every day, it's like after a snowstorm, do I got enough? Jeez, I don't know.
I do it, gotta order another.
I probably could have got away without ordering that last truck, but it's like, you know.
That's how I
needed-
feel
Rather
about
have it.
aircraft de-icing fluid.
Yeah.
We order it in this bulk amounts, and then it's like, do you really want to spend the money on it? Because is it really gonna snow enough that I need to buy another 1,500 gallons, or can I like
Yeah.
not touch it?
I was out there every day.
Oh, yeah.
Every time it snowed, I'd be looking at it, and, you know, I'd be standing on top of the pile and looking at the loader bucket, and it's like, I
Like
found
you
it.
get 3.5.
Yeah, exactly.
Now he can be like, we made it through.
Mine's, I can top my de-ice trucks 1.5 more times, and if we spray this many times, yeah.
Well, it's like me, I tell the guys, go out, load the sander with one full loader bucket, okay? Use that up, you know, whatever, come back, get some more, but, don't, you know, because we got one, I'm not gonna mention any names, but he forgets to turn the sander off once in a while. He'll use a lot. You know what I mean?
So that's where the intersection's like really dark when you sat for a
Well,
second.
this one here, I'll load the crap out of this, I mean, I'm not, you know, I'm not shy with it, but, you know, I mean, he'll be going down like Levitt Street or something, it's like, why is the sander on? All the way down Levitt, you know, it's turning the thing on. Huh? I didn't mention no names, but he is a lot better with computers.
That's all right. That's too funny. I don't know.
Computers, he knows his stuff.
Hey, you
Yeah.
could have a lot worse things than someone who forgets to turn the sander.
Oh, yeah, no, I know, and I don't, I mean,
We got your garbage truck abandonment.
Yeah, I was just thinking that too.
I'm sorry, yeah.
I mean, at least he didn't take it with him.
Oh, I know, that's what we're.
We thought-
Oh, God, he
we
left with our
seriously-
garbage truck. That's
we-
like a $250,000 piece.
we seriously thought it took off the Riverton. We
Police
did.
officer ATL for a town of Evansville garbage truck.
Oh, we seriously thought he took off the Riverton, because we couldn't find it. I mean, the way he had it stuck over by Ameritech on the other end road, it's like, Jesus. He never came back, got any of his clothes or any of that stuff on his locker either.
One of my friends worked at Ameritech and she's like, so your garbage truck got abandoned over by Ameritech today? And I'm like, yep.
Yep.
Sure did.
Just up and
He
left.
said, enough, I'm out. Oh, too funny.
We're gonna do yours tonight, too?
Yep. Tomorrow's the final night. Okay, we're doing.
They already
Yeah,
said
no,
they're
we're
cutting
doing
my
good.
whole budget.
Yeah,
Oh,
she said it was 96 grand last night, so I think we're done.
Huh?
She said she was gonna give us 96 grand last night, so we're done.
Because they cut that out of Mike's budget. I'm like, my budget isn't even that much.
I know.
Well, what do we want to go to? Do we want to go to finance, legal, and planning, or do we want to do
Mine's probably easier.
finance, legal? Well, you put them all in one.
Yeah, online
That was
together.
mine, too.
It's my helper. I need help.
I need help. Help. I don't know what I'm doing, help.
Finance, legal, and
So are we doing finance, emergency management, legal, and planning? Sure. All right, let's get taking that to finance.
Not really a whole lot in here. You guys got any questions?
Professional services. Audit.
Yeah, that will be spent.
Yeah, she just called me.
Yeah, it trickles in. She fills us broken up
Yours doesn't ever,
as she goes along.
why is your retirement so low? Because it just hasn't,
Part of my wages go to, they're split between 3 of his enterprise accounts, and then So not all my wages are in here and not all my retirement. So Jan's wages are all in here. And then like 10,000 of mine. It gets split up.
Oh, okay.
That's why it's for two of us, 2 employees, it's only 51,000 for wages.
Okay, I was,
Yeah.
I'm looking and I'm like, wait a minute. Okay,
I mean, you guys, you both make more than I do.
I don't really know what to be joking about.
there's nothing really to beat her up about. She's smart.
Yeah.
We're gonna take it away anyway.
You can take my whole budget away.
That's the way I saw it coming into this year. They want it, they're gonna take it, so, you know.
There's really nothing there.
Yeah, there's not much. You're down a couple thousand from last year.
The only thing I'd ask is just like I've already done this year. If we don't have a need for the travel expenses, lodging registrations, don't use them, but you've already done that this year, so. I'm not really concerned with that.
That's for if we ever go into like a
Yeah,
land
it's not
convention or
much, so.
something.
I trust that if you need it, it's there. If you don't, you don't. Save it.
Okay. Any other input, or are we moving on to emergency management?
Yeah,
Yeah, what you got?
yeah, that's it for me.
Oh, yeah?
All
All right, so let's hear it.
That's it.
In emergency management, can't really change anything in there.
Isn't that Leo's?
Leo's,
He gets $150, what, every
6 months or 300 a year.
you better work for that, huh?
Why is this telephone so expensive? Does he have another phone for that, or
It's a phone downstairs.
does he have like a Superman phone? Is that, let's say, bat phone? I mean,
No, I'm trying to,
I'm getting to the humorous
Yeah.
point of budgets here.
yeah,
We got a whole nother night.
I know.
it's a phone downstairs that was set aside for emergency management years ago.
Do we pay for it? I mean, does he use it? Does he use his cell phone? Like, what is it?
No, I think it's the phone, it's one of them that goes directly into PSCC.
So it's his fancy phone. It's a bat
Well,
phone.
yeah,
It's a bat phone.
So that
Big back phone, yeah.
It's a big bat phone.
Yeah, so I was saying the same thing, that phone.
It's a bat phone. It goes directly to
Yeah.
dispatch. I mean, it's.
Yeah, that's true.
It's got itself a bat phone. I mean, you know, sorry. It's.
Yeah.
Oh my. God, that's expensive. Okay.
It's
Questions?
just crazy that we pay more for a phone.
We'll have to text them. Did you know your emergency management position, the phone, the bat phone? For wages? Poor guy. $450.
Is that the one that's like $65 a month or something? I can't remember.
Not at 450. 450-ish.
452.
40, 38.
But we've never gotten to that, 356. It's not consistent at all. 326, 422,
3254.
356, 390, and now we're only at 260, so I'm assuming that we have something else
It doesn't
now.
using that out this year.
It's,
Pay for use.
It's picked up his-
it's at 357.94.
Is that the
right now.
one that's when you come into the PD, if someone were to come in the doors and nobody's there and they needed help, they can just pick it up? Is that what that one is, the one that's, because there's a phone
Right.
and you just pick it up and it reaches
Dispatch.
dispatch, is that what that phone is?
I don't know if that got added when they took dispatch out.
Because I'm sure that's what it's for, if somebody comes
It-
down to the PD looking for help, they can pick it up.
Yeah, I picked it up and you put me right through to dispatch, and then dispatch will,
Send an officer.
So is that-
or call the office and.
And I wonder
If
if
that's
that
what
was
that
the
is.
phone that got moved out there. When they took out dispatch, took that out there, that might be the phone.
So it's covered under emergency management, not the PD budget.
And it may be that it just, it got moved, but never moved in the budget. Unless he's got another line down there that's,
2 bat pumps? I got really excited about that idea. I mean,
I'll have to ask him if he's got another phone, or even a line down there that I think they just pick up and it brings directly in.
you know, or if they only have that one, make sure that we're not double budgeting. I mean, make sure that Mike's not counted in with all his,
Well, the
maybe,
other,
because of that, I would figure that'd be a PB thing and not a,
no, 'cause the general government pays for the CDs,
well, yeah, but
falls down there.
this still falls under general government.
Mhm.
So are we budgeting the 450 here, and when Mike does his big telephone expense for all his devices, everything, is he counting the cost of that phone too?
No.
This is Verizon.
All his
this
stuff is Verizon, he's
yeah.
not putting in no bat phones? Okay.
No, it's all the,
I want you, can we make that line item like utilities cell phone
Bat
dash
phone.
bat phone?
Priority, can you change this line item?
I mean, it's a good giggle, like, and it'll help us remember
Wait
what
till
it's
it
for.
gets to the audit.
Yeah.
Right.
She'll like it.
They'll be like,
Well, that's like my Josh bags I just got. Find that one.
I mean, you name the vehicles after people that,
Name the
I
phone.
don't know
I mean,
why,
they
I don't know
don't
why
like how-
when they set them up that they did that.
so why can't we make a line item utilities dash telephone slash
We
bat
can
phone? I
make
mean,
it,
just,
we can make it
just-
say whatever you
just for
want.
fun, I'm just
Yeah.
thinking for future, when we go, why is we paying $450 for telephone? If it says bat phone, we're gonna know. I mean, just for fun. I just-
Next year in your spreadsheet, before I send it out, I will just change it in the spreadsheet. Say,
That phone.
Yes. Perfect. Make a little note. I mean, you gotta have some humor in all this chaos. Okay, so professional services. I guess
Legal.
legal,
Yeah,
is that where we're at now? Okay, so
Yep.
legal,
big yellow highlight, orange.
we had, I know this year we had a lot going on, just from my standpoint with the Aspens and, we had that Estes, is that what it is? Lawsuit?
But we're anticipating that again next year?
I think we just don't know. I mean, the Aspens is kind of, we're not using legal as much as the Aspens, because that's starting to flow better. They're making some movement up there. I don't know. I mean, have we gotten billed out for everything? Where are we at? Is that gonna, I mean, legal expenses is so hard because you just don't know.
well, yeah, going into this year. Right now, we're at 86,947.
I mean, we've also had a lot of movement, if you will, on the legal side. So I don't know.
Has the potential to be there.
It's so hard, I mean, we don't know. I mean, part of me wants to bring it down a little, just because I know how much,
Do we have anything outstanding for the rest of the remainder of this year?
I mean, we'll get billed for
We get
their,
billed every month.
I mean, so for like council meetings and stuff like that, like, we're gonna have some time there. That's why he sent Scott, that last time, because Scott's cheaper than Kyle. Just because of credentials, and the higher the attorney is,
That's why we went with them,
the more
right?
expensive. Yes,
Because
that's
they
one
have
of the
different
reasons.
levels.
But, you know, and that's why Scott and Leah, you know, have the court side, because that does help us on the court side, but between personnel issues and the, we had to do we did a lot of ordinance shifting, this year. We kind of had,
The writing of a few.
you know, because you guys got it was kind of your first year under your belt, so that's usually when we do a lot of changing. So, I mean, I kind of want to bring it back a little bit, just because I mean, I'm hoping that things in the PD world have calmed down, and the Aspens world has calmed down, and that lawsuit's done. Maybe as long as nobody does anything crazy.
Were we
They're
looking
at
at
87
growth
now, we
boundary
could bring it down.
issues at all?
I don't
Why not?
think so. you know, I'd be comfortable putting it at 80, just because of everything that happened this year. I mean, we had a lot.
Yeah, cleaning up the Aspens was a long, like,
And that's kind of in site pay, setting up that contract, and like I said, we had 3
Yes.
personnel issues, 4 personnel issues, and then, I mean, we're gonna try to recoup some of it. I know Kyle's keeping track of the COVID.
Yeah, related that bill, I quoted the 1043 million.
So we were, okay, so we didn't, so, that wasn't included, but there's,
does this also include when we switched insurance, or is that a different?
that's, that, when we switched insurance,
It would have, yeah, it would have been, because Mike Lansing's in this too.
Yeah.
So,
maybe,
We're not gonna be doing that again,
no.
so.
Hopefully, we're not writing a whole new ordinance again. I mean, that, like, all that, so like I said, there was a lot of movement last year, so I'm comfortable with lowering a little bit, and I mean, it's a new firm. The old numbers there was the same attorney year to year to year to year, so, I mean, we gotta kind of get a feel. And we usually, when you get a new mayor and new council, everything kind of, new chief, new mayor, new council, new public works, I mean.
well, we had,
We
2
did a lot
wind
of
farms in here with Lansing.
That's another one, Lansing going down to those wind farm hearings and going all that, and I mean, there was a lot happening. So I think we should bring it down. So like I said, I'd be okay with 80.
Take it down 30,000.
I was gonna say 90, but I like 30 better.
I'm comfortable with 80, because we budgeted 45, of course, we're
Yeah.
80 something right now, but like I said, this year's just been the holy moly, you know?
80 it is.
We're taking 30
Even worse.
30,000.
I would suggest 8.
I'm suggesting.
That's good, a green button.
Wasn't it though? It's very creepy.
Green button.
We're down to 312, 185.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna-
225, 1.5 dropped.
Here's my card.
Go pretty good, because you're getting paid for the final thing. All the departments go.
So we have like 200 in the hole.
We're
Start with-
312.
Left.
312 left.
Yeah, we gotta find 312.
Yeah.
And last year we went in,
What do you got from there? How you guys stand?
well, last year we started over $1 million last year.
Is it, okay.
But we went in at like,
4.8, 4.7.
Freaking throws paper at you.
but in the whole, we were
Yeah.
almost 500.
Yeah.
So,
400, sorry, 480,000. Yeah, 4%.
yeah, when you say 4.8,
Sorry.
I think
No,
4.8, 800, and I'm like,
no.
wait a minute.
No,
Like, that's not even a full
480,000.
town budget.
But we never made it. We didn't make it this year. We didn't make 2 projected. this year.
Expenditures, yeah.
We didn't hit our budget was 4.399, and I think we'll be lucky to make 4.
Revenues or expenditures?
Because we're gonna.
No, expenditures are good because we cut back.
Yeah.
We ought to save.
Right, you're
So
saying
that's-
we're not gonna
I'm just saying, our
spend-
revenues are not gonna meet what we budgeted last year, so
No.
we didn't make, we had to cut back expenses in order to stay even.
I don't think we did.
Revenue's gonna go over what we projected.
Yeah,
Last year?
we're gonna end up in the black,
Well,
pretty
Because we had, the wind farm started paying and.
early.
Yeah.
right, but our revenues line item from what I've seen is not gonna hit 4.39 million.
You're talking compared to expenditures, not what we budgeted.
I'm saying, we budgeted
Right,
4.39 and our
gotcha.
revenues are not gonna make 4.39. They're not even gonna come close.
Right.
is what I'm
So
saying.
if we would have
So we
spent
cut
everything we
expenses in
budgeted.
order to stay underneath that.
Well,
If
and
we
we
would've
went
stayed on
into the
budget,
year
we would not.
with that precedent. telling department heads, you know, we're giving you this, we're budgeting it, but be ginger with your spending, and I think they all did really good with that. And that's I guess that's three years for me that we've done that. That we've been fortunate enough to go in the hole and finish in the black at the end of the year. And it's,
Yeah.
it contributes to department
Yeah, it's
heads.
them cutting their budget, because I've gone through the past 5 years and we never hit the budget.
Because I think there's a lot of, like in public works case, there's a lot of in case and maybes and, you know, they really,
Yeah, like coming 140 to the good this year.
so. Unfortunately, I think that's probably what we're gonna end up this year too. We're gonna get closer than we were last year, by far, but I think that we're gonna end up kind of in the same situation.
Do we know when the contract writing supposed to open?
They're open.
I would say
I
they're
don't know.
Yeah, we kind of had I was asking and I was talking to Chief and asked Janelle, they open Monday.
Really?
So,
Yep, my husband went in, they only allow like 8 people in there at a time.
All right.
And so if you wanna go with like a group with your family, you can sit outside together and wait for people to leave.
Oh.
And then you can go in, and they have like, there's
And
one
that
machine open and then 2 are tilted, they're shut off. And then 1 and 2.
so the governor lifted the restrictions for the 10 or less and all that.
Changed it to 25.
Yeah, is
Friday.
It's
that
25.
Friday.
It was 25.
So
So they're gonna be
I,
able to let more people.
they're gonna let more people.
You still have to maintain the 6-foot social distancing.
Yeah, I think
Or
that's-
capacity.
That was why it
Yeah.
was so limited,
Tell
because
that to this place over here when they opened up last week. One of the guys that works for me went in there when they first opened. He said it was, it was like this. Yeah.
Well, social distancing in a bar is kind of,
Yeah, exactly, right, exactly, you know, it's
Well,
like,
you have a few drinks and you forget what you're supposed to do.
exactly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I went by, was it Guadalajara on Mother's Day, you know, that Mexican place, that place was packed, you couldn't find a parking spot. It's like, there's just no way they're 6 feet apart, there's no way.
It's a pretty big building, but
planning. It went down.
yeah, we haven't had a whole lot going on with them.
And we're doing the
Sometimes-
grant for the,
Right, but a lot of times we have like multiple projects going on at a time, so right now we're just kind of,
well, the road, got it.
and we work on that every year, we
Yep.
pay them for that.
Well, hopefully,
But
next
normally
Wednesday, we'll
on
come to a
top of the road,
consensus.
we usually have other projects going on, so
What we talking about?
this year right now, we'll be under, so I just bumped it down just a little bit.
Yeah, because at one point there, we were getting grants for this and grants for that. He was like, drawdown request number 7. What the fuck? What's happening?
Kind of been a little low right now, so not anticipating.
And I feel like we're probably gonna stay there. I don't feel like there's gonna be too much government grant funding.
Well, and nothing moves too quickly, even if we,
I think a lot will
Go down.
depend on maybe what happens with the cemetery later this month.
Like I said, the next Wednesday, 2 days from now,
Gotta have
27th, I have a meeting with the Veterans Commission. Because we got the letter that said no.
Right.
We
And
got pressure from legislature.
legislative pressure, now we're having enough.
So on them.
And I couldn't figure out, a long time ago, when I worked for the town, I found a map that stated that all that was Evansville property, right up to the fence line of the cemetery.
It's,
And I-
Annexed in.
yeah, it's
just
all
about
annexed
using the
in.
bridge, right?
The argument
bridge
is the
itself.
bridge, is because the town doesn't own the bridge, so it's like federal, state land with a federal bridge and a state road or some, it's a really mixed breed mess.
Federal land with state road or
And then town property.
within town boundaries, yeah, it's.
Yeah, they don't like the bridge and the asphalt on VA Road, don't they? Something like that. or-
Because we have an MOU to take care of veterans,
Right,
but
to
it's
the
not our,
bridge.
up to the bridge, but it's not our road, and the bridge isn't ours. So the issue is, we need permission from the cemetery to go over the bridge to build our road. unless we build our own bridge and maintain our own bridge, and we don't wanna build our own bridge
And
and
now
maintain
they
our own
don't
bridge.
want a
I remember
road
how many
across the
millions that
way, because
There's
the ruin the tranquility of the cemetery.
There's concern about us growing, but that would require pretty heavy infrastructure across the river,
Yeah,
which
it's
isn't,
gonna take a developer to put it in,
yeah,
because we don't.
that's gonna be something, we're not gonna be
Water
able
and
to
sewer.
touch water and sewer across the river. I mean, that's a whole nother animal.
And how many veteran cemeteries are out in the middle of nowhere, where they have that tranquility and peace?
Well, I think they're still gonna have that tranquility and peace, because it's not, I mean, look at how much the dump, the road that goes by the dump, what is it? Bryan Stock, and then it turns to Amico,
Oh,
turn to
yeah.
Amico. I mean, that's a thoroughfare, and that doesn't get a crap ton of traffic. So this isn't gonna be a high traffic road. It's, part of the argument was keeping it locked. My argument, don't keep it locked, because like when we had bomb threat at the school, nobody was able to go unlock the gate to let anybody out from the north side of town if people had to evacuate. Nobody, I mean, the cops were handling with a bomb threat. I mean, the train is just a small part of all the issues that can happen that lock people in. I mean, that bomb threat was smack in the middle of town, and I couldn't get home to my family who's at home, and my family couldn't get out. Like,
That's when I went to the grant writing class, they said that Evansville is probably the best suited place for FEMA grants at any time, because we get locked in.
Mhm.
We can be locked in by the train, and what do we have in that area? We have gas plant, we have, so, I mean, we have a chemical plant, we are just
Mhm.
in bad shape, I mean, when it comes to disasters.
well, hopefully that comes to an end and we can get the road in. We have every intention down the road, and we're gonna pave it, because we don't want to maintain a dirt road for the next 10, 15 years, because that's gonna be a whole nother disaster expense in its own, Day road, it's dirt, so.
And
Hopefully,
this is what I was referring to when we were talking about legal services. Like, is it anticipated that we're gonna need?
I'm hoping after our meeting that we're gonna come to an understanding, of this road and the future of this road, and that it needs to go in, and that we don't need to turn into a giant legal mess.
And same for the cemetery, it becomes an escape route for them as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
they
definitely.
could be a target.
It'd be terrible to have a ceremony going on up there and have hundreds of people up there, and something catastrophic happens and all those people are stuck.
Look at the one funeral service for the,
I mean, people are parking in front of my house, like they're
Yeah.
around the corner
Yeah.
in the neighborhood,
There are
like,
so many people there.
so. I mean, it's more than just the town, I mean, it's, like I said, it's for them too, I mean, they have a big, ceremony going on up there, and something catastrophic happens, I mean, hopefully the chances of it are never, but if it does happen, it happens, and I don't want it to be an afterthought.
It would just help them when they have those big funerals like that. You have
People
people
don't
that
have
can
to walk
exit
uphill.
here, exit here. Just keeps traffic moving a little
Well,
bit
people
better.
don't have to park at the bottom, walk all the way up the big old cemetery hill, that they can park along the road that's at the top of the hill, and it's gonna be more flat. We'll see, fingers crossed.
Crazy stuff.
Okay, I guess we're gonna go to Mayor and Council, General, Town Clerk, and Community Building. Okay,
so mayor and council's the same. No changes there.
which I didn't do any traveling for WAM, that's not probably gonna be a thing.
Maybe in the fall. Or no, this winter, this coming winter.
Yeah, it's gonna be next January, January-ish,
Yeah,
if they,
January,
February, if they do it.
Thought about going when they went up to, they had Hogadon.
Well, they do their big winter conference. I didn't go this last year, there's too much going on, but I don't think they're gonna have the fall conference this year, I'll be surprised.
They canceled trauma conference this year already, so don't expect anything big like that going on.
Yeah.
So just want to do the same thing, leave that travel and lodging and stuff, and if we don't use it, we don't use it,
Alright, so we should have it just in case.
because I haven't. Okay.
Yeah, next one would be general government.
Okay.
Unemployment benefits, I left that the same, because that's, you never know, you know. There for a while, our unemployment fees that we were paying were pretty high, but we've been staying pretty stable, so.
Could we not that one?
Up to 4? No, because, let me look here, I've already paid out. We've paid. Department of Employment.
Oh, is that what they charge, is that their charge, like that they charge us, and then if we don't have employment, it starts to go down? Or is that what we pay if somebody
have to-
claims?
No, well, we have to pay, I think it's
Like
like
on
60%
Insurance?
up to 26,400 on each employee until they reach over that maximum amount.
And now you're at 63.
Yeah, and we'll have one more quarter to pay.
But if we back off on our employment shenanigans for a while, then it should level out.
It depends on if they file and if they claim. And I haven't had any, I haven't had, I've only had one file.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Just talk about unemployment, that's all.
Yeah.
PD shenanigans.
I don't think I have any on my side, do I?
There's only one that's filed,
One. Okay.
Mark. So far.
So it's a restructure,
He's
so.
employed. He's employed.
Yes?
Well, he told me he got hired at the hospital in security.
Right, but he would have,
He would have been
Filed.
earlier.
right, because he left in February.
And he's security.
So the next one is 233,200, that's fees and subscriptions. And right now, we're at 16,231.15. This covers Charter Communications, Eddie Bailey, which, you know, those numbers have a potential of changing. If we look at going with Standard IT, the visa charges, Casper Area Chamber of Commerce membership, WAM membership, things like that.
Good stuff. That seems pretty consistent. As far as being expensive.
We save money,
Why
we
is this?
save money now that we cancel.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, that was getting really expensive for,
yeah,
I mean,
I think it's $14.50 a month for
for
online.
online. Canceled getting.
Yeah.
Because we were paying, what was it? It was over $1,000.
Was it $370, $400 every 6 months or something, and it was going up?
Yeah, it was gonna be like $1,000 a year
Yeah,
or something like that for the newspaper.
It was just kept climbing.
Yeah, but paper kept things small, too. Like 3 pages,
So you can find everything online.
3 pages.
the next one is office supplies, 1043, 300. Let me see where we're at there.
4,000.
Okay. And I know, we'll be placing an order before the end of the month to get us through to the 1st of July. Especially copy paper. Copy paper usually covers the fire department, the courts, as well as us. Make sure that we're stocked up on plenty of pens and ink cartridges and,
Well, we use a little more paper now that we do the bills.
yeah, the utility bills being on paper, we're utilizing.
But that's cheaper than cards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, those little postcards were a little expensive.
Well, isn't that why we wanted to go to full-page paper to, and part of it was the printing of the cards and.
Privacy, which we learned was beneficial.
Because they put the wrong bills in boxes all the time. So people are looking at other people's bills because they're just there.
Right?
And they're like, oh, wait, they're past due. You know?
They look at it, but then they don't put them
At least they could pay someone.
in, right?
Well, we had a lady that, what was she out in Coal Creek? I think she was on Sandy Lake Estate. She got a bill from us by mistake. They put it in the wrong box and she paid it. And then it was our fault that she paid the bill.
Yeah.
I was like, but you don't get water service from us. Why would you pay the bill?
Yeah, she chewed me out for
Yeah,
it.
we don't get water way up there.
Yeah.
But she sent the stub in with the check and she's like, well, the name didn't match on the, and it's like,
Well, that's your indicator.
but that's
If
not.
your name's not on the bill, why should you pay? I didn't take the
Should've
shower.
probably caught that.
I gotta stand up and- I know, right? Sorry.
Well, now I'm behind on my bill out here because I paid you guys. I was like, oh, here.
Mountain lions in somebody's yard on Garden Creek area.
Oh, really?
Mountain lions.
Lions plural.
That happened up there before.
Can we get some
Oh,
pictures?
Dead on a lake.
Where'd they go?
On the deck, you took pictures of them, right outside her window, the door laying on the deck.
I was looking at a house up there a while back, Creek Heights, or at the base tree line. That'd be cool as hell.
I would.
Open up your door and there's a couple mountain lions.
I asked Center IT to get a little more description on device management. That was a topic yesterday. So a malware bites premium. And on top of that, she'll go and look at logs, make sure everybody's being safe, that detections are being taken care of, running updates as needed. Sometimes it's best to hold off, obviously, due to bugs. And then Xnode, are you familiar with Xnode? Okay, never mind.
Chad doesn't know.
I know what it does, it's a mobile device management software, so
Yeah,
I
so
don't know the company.
So anyway, so she's talking about using Hexnode to go in there and when you look at the features, security management, app management, tracking, dashboard, integration, groups, remote control, web filtering, expense management, API, policy stuff. And then under capabilities, probably like everything else, and platforms, so. So,
Well, it's good for you. to have something.
So this is your capabilities here.
I guess we have primarily used for ability to lock in place. Also so that if she doesn't have to come see your machine,
Right.
she can remote into it from there.
So.
Get over here.
It's your turn. I'm about 20 miles long.
Go to the backyard.
Some feature.
You got to drive. One thing,
If we do push forward with this, I would want to get Kyle so that, you know, so we needed to update the machines that were involved in and things like that. So that's part of this, is that making sure that she's.
He's like, oh, I'm giving the car back. I'm like, what do you mean, giving the car back? You're the one that-
So
I think looking through all the budgets,
These
numbers
are
are good enough, these items.
Yeah.
So hex no could be, depending on what level
So,
either $4 per device monthly,
she's talking the ultimate or ultra, which is something five, yeah, 550.
Don't bear with us.
Then it'll tear down the direction.
Yeah.
$6, so. And then of course her time.
Insurance.
that one is malware by
Insurance, like car insurance, or whatever, it's just gonna be involved.
It'll be an overall discussion, because it's budget throughout everybody's.
I know we use that for free.
Yeah, that's the.
Yeah,
Home.
yeah, so we use it at my work for free. So that one's $769.
I mean, I just want to do it, kind of run over, because we obviously, we don't really know until we hear back from them.
Right.
Hey, it's a $10,000 car, you know?
I was getting rough idea, because I've never experienced the premium rates for insurance. Ballpark. You guys running any antivirus right now with on your machine?
Just, we have VPN tunnel, and then there's some sort of firewall downstairs, you know, like these.
That was on your machine.
No, because we
You have
do
any protection when you're going anywhere?
we don't have money, Yeah.
So,
which we need,
envelopes
especially for what
that
we
you
do.
had printed,
And I do want to try to find a
those
different
to enterprise,
VPN client. I know there's a couple other ones out there to look
so I'm
at.
not seeing it printing.
Port client?
Oh, that's because that's the firewall.
I'm seeing everything under.
That's, your firewall, the Fortinet firewall.
Well, let me tell you what. If there's something comes up and I need to read the notes before I go somewhere and I'm not logged into Spillman, by the time I do Porter client and let Spillman log in, most people are gonna be dead. It takes freaking ever to log in. You sit there and put in passcode and it does its thing. It's about 30 seconds to 40 seconds to get the VPN up. So then, if I hit in service, because it has to go back and Spillman, it sits there and I'm like,
The bill was.
So my company, we used to use Word Client, it was terrible. And we switched over, I'm looking real quick, I think it's called Global Protect. And it automatically, so it keeps my, when I log into the computer, it matches my credentials. So if I'm on a Wi-Fi or an air card or whatever, it automatically links me in and it doesn't kick me off the network. Like Word Client used to drop me
hey,
all the time.
we have that.
But this one doesn't. It works really. Where is it?
It's definitely something I want to look at. So,
I put it to office.
It's called, yeah, Global Protect is the one we used to use for a client, and when everybody had to work from home, we overloaded
Did you?
the
Okay.
VPN when everybody started trying to log in with a company of 2,000 employees.
You are so
And-
full of
I
it.
found with the board login on here,
I know it bought
about
those
every
food
2
supplies.
days, I have to restart my computer completely to go back in. It's like, I can't log off, log on, log off, it's every 2 days I have to completely restart.
So
or
I
else it won't.
wonder if I
it won't do it.
adjusted that.
I don't know.
I'm a fan of global.
Seems weird to me, like, doesn't make sense, but.
I think it's for work clients, we don't see much issues, like, you would be actively on the network doing something, and then it would just do network down, and then you'd log back in, and it would take you forever to
Oh,
get
yeah,
back in.
I've logged in here at the parking lot, but by the time I got to Evans, it's dropping.
We had quite a few.
So,
that price.
Like I said, they put us on Global Protect after everybody had a
Well, I wonder if we bumped that back.
a company with just under 2,000 employees, we haven't crashed the VPN network. I mean, for the client, we totally overloaded it.
So does like Spillman have a specific requirement? Just as long as it's VPN.
Do we ever come to-
Well, that's your connection back in to here.
Gotcha.
Which one are we doing next? See, that's,
We're under general
when you were
government.
with the city, they managed all of
No,
that.
it doesn't look like it.
And we use
You know,
a
it's kind
totally
of a
different,
gamble because I think
we use,
Bill gave us such a break all the
NetMotion as a
time.
VPN client back to a server, but
But
it's
I
also a
think if we
keep
bumped
alive.
it back to
So if you
18,
lose cell service or anything like that, it doesn't drop.
not
It just
So
waits
$500.
as
when
soon
we
as
were
you
with the
get to
city,
the
we couldn't run reporting on here because our crashes, because we couldn't have any internet.
We were strictly connected to Cisco.
And so I did away with that because it made no sense to go out and sit on crash and not be able to do a full patch out there and have to come back out and do it. So that's part of why we did that.
See, Global Protect is like yours.
Yeah, see, ours don't, our guys don't have to do it on our network. You guys are outside the network. So therefore, you got a connection only to Cisco. That's why.
Well, and now they have everything.
But,
so they can just do it.
I guess what I'm saying, it's not the right capabilities, it's the same system that the sheriff's department uses as well. And the keep alive stuff, but actually, I'm not even telling you this because you don't have money to budget for it. But that,
Don't give
it's,
them ideas.
it's specifically designed to deal with that in, out and about, because cell coverage will drop and things like that. No matter what VPN client you have to re-log in. But this you don't, because it's got a keep alive feature.
The money.
Yes.
See, Global Protect keeps you alive for a little bit. It doesn't do it too long, but it'll keep you alive, like if I switch off my Wi-Fi, because it's on a server system, like, because we got 2 servers, and it'll pick which servers that are flowing, and then if you drop, it'll keep you alive for a little bit. You don't got long, but if you're, like, it'll keep me alive if I have to switch off the Wi-Fi and like link to my printer's Wi-Fi. It'll keep me alive long enough to handle what I need to, and then if I don't get back on it.
I'm relatively sure your Fortinet client is what you have for free because you have a Fortinet firewall. Is my
Yeah, I
guess.
don't know.
That's-
Whatever CMIT set up.
That's my guess, is that it's just the VPN client that comes with the firewall. It is what you're using.
Yeah, because we had 4 clients for years, and it was great until everybody started working from home and having to get on the VPN, and then it just,
Yeah, it's really limited.
it didn't do very well. Like, you were lucky if you got a VPN function. Okay, shall we continue?
Okay, so I'm bumping printing down to 1,800.
It's like my bag and chips on the mouse thing is still the video.
Okay.
You went like that for a second.
Phil used to
Hey, you know
do
where
all of our
the button
printing all the time. I'm not sure. I think he gave us quite a bit of cuts through oil city printers.
Oh, okay.
We did order 10,000 envelopes, and it came to $454, and it wound up going into office supplies rather than printing. So I think maybe.
Drop $500 there.
Telephone, I left the same. Water sewer sanitation, I bumped up a little bit because of the rate increase. Electricity, I dropped 1,000, kind of based on history for the last year. Natural gas, I bumped down 500 based on history. Postage, I bumped up to 7,000, but I'm thinking because we've got postage and sanitation and sewer, that we could probably bump that back down and then pull from those other areas too.
If you're sending out your water bills and stuff, you should pay less postage to
Right,
sanitation.
right. So I'm thinking,
Unfortunately, they don't break it down for us, they just give us one bill, so we
Yeah.
can split it in half.
yeah,
Well, why not?
They don't say, we sent this many out for this.
so,
I mean,
Would be handy.
let me look and see what we're currently.
I got tons of postage I can give you.
postage and first aid supplies, Jim,
You know,
and professional services.
You're at
What are Ron's
5,400.
doing?
You're at 5,400, so we can bump some of that into this.
So,
I can give you 2,500 bucks right here.
We're gonna take
I
it.
know you are.
so I don't know.
Probably just go back to 3 and pull more out of,
You think bump it to 3,
What did you put in this?
You're at 4 now.
7?
but if we're not pulling,
54,
Oh,
but we're
we're
not,
talking
we're not pulling out of the enterprise sanitation system, so I think we go back to 3 and you just kind of watch how you're doing that.
Yeah.
Water bills.
let's do
We
that.
should send them separately. Lexi just told me to break it down by each shipment, like this.
We break it down by the day.
Exactly.
It would be really helpful to.
Yeah, let's bump that back down to 3.
Take 4,000 off.
First aid supplies I left alone. Repairs and maintenance, I bumped back to 12. Currently, we've spent a little more than the 15. I'm gonna probably have to have Ron PW help us out with the handrails.
I don't know if we can fix that. That's in rough shape.
Yeah. And the tall lights out front,
One of them's like shaking.
yeah.
It's a damn wind.
It looks like it's getting ready to start below, like it's
Don't
going
walk by it on a weekday.
You guys are supposed to be getting a new building or something.
Well,
Well,
Well, then COVID hit.
COVID hit, and they really can't ask the taxpayers for money, none of them have jobs.
so right now, we're at,
Kind of a.
30, little over $3,400 is what we spent so far, on the building, and the age of the building is just never done. Janitorial expense, I've got in there for the general cleaning, window cleaning, and shampooing of the carpets. Custodial supplies, I'm getting ready to do a big order on custodial supplies, before the 1st of June in order to get us through to the, 1st of July. And we ordered quite a bit of cleaning supplies and toilet papers and stuff. A lot of it we've put towards, COVID, the 1043-900. Some of that will probably have to move back over, like the toilet paper, because under the COVID reimbursement, the FEMA reimbursement, the toilet papers, they won't reimburse them.
Which is silly because you had to like scrounge to find toilet paper for the town hall.
Yeah.
People should work, I don't know why you don't work toilet, I mean, I don't get it, but hey.
Yeah.
People do weird things.
And with the continuation of COVID, I don't know, if they will continue to reimburse on cleaning supplies. or not?
I think as long as it's a health order that we have to do it after certain interactions, I think that will still fall under it. I think as long as it's a health order that, there's still limiting groups and they're still requiring restaurants to go through extra cleaning and they're still requiring, the community certain buildings, we open it back up, we're gonna have to build extra cleaning. So I think as long as it's a health order and it's mandated, that it's qualified. As soon as they say, okay, we're done, and it's recommended, and it's not like a mandated health order thing anymore, I think at that point, it'll no longer be reimbursed. Because then it's recommendation and it's not a state health order type situation like we're dealing with. Right now, it's like a state health order.
Yeah.
Even with him looking at the restrictions in your gatherings and all that stuff, you still have certain cleaning requirements that have to be met, so.
Yeah.
I think as long as that's okay.
So under 1043, 450, I've got a budget at 31,000. And in that, I've got $10,000 budgeted to send the municipal code book off to be recodified. Because we're working on 2 books. For $10,000, they will put a legal team on it. They will go through it. They will recodify it and get it on the website. He did say, I told him that given the current situation economically that we're faced with, it's a big enough project that it would take the course of 2 fiscal years to go through it. So they could split the cost up. Ballpark $5,000 this coming year and $5,000 the next year. They put a team of attorneys on it that go through the code, make sure that it's current with statutes and
We're enforcing stuff that actually can be backed by state statute, not more lax than state statutes.
Does this mean I don't have to keep going through and saying we need to change this, we need to change that?
That's part of our legal fees, chief.
possibly.
Were you here for that conversation? Or were you on the call?
I was out.
Oh, see, chief is good stuff. We talked about how much we're using our attorneys in the last.
Yeah.
The firm that we're looking at is Municode, which is the same, I think, that the city of Casper has. There's different options that they've got out there that you can even have it set up to where you go in and update your ordinances and it automatically auto-populates into the code book and stuff. We're not there right now, huh?
I think the city's all online.
Yeah. But for full service, he told me 10,925, give or take. It's gonna depend on the number of pages in the code book. He said it will take about a year and then they can, work on it over the course of 2 fiscal years. There's an online fee per year to host it for $450, and then anytime you go in, if you did full service, if you went in and updated your ordinances, then it would be $19 per page to codify that and get it onto the website.
Had a piece of our comment, but I decided against it.
I'm in the wrong business. I could totally do this stuff.
Did you just volunteer?
She's like, are you gonna pay me $10,000?
It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
So we can take 5 out of that now and do 5 next year and kind of split this up a little bit.
I guess I have 2 questions about that. Why are we so high current spend?
Part of it's state line.
Yeah.
State line, the architect.
Oh,
43.
We didn't,
Okay,
we didn't have
that-
budget.
yeah.
It was
so-
whatever, 30 grand. or
Yeah, that was
whatever.
37.
Okay. Okay. Then my other is I'd like to look at doing an RFP for the management of the health insurance. Because Wyoming Financial is basically just managing our Sigma account. And I'd like to go out and make sure that that's reasonable amount.
Can we dig through the rest before we jump to insurance? I got some other things to bring to the table about insurance. We had a meeting today with the insurance people and insurance, and
With that.
I think, yes, we need to have,
Okay, so you want to come
you might change
back
your mind.
around?
Yep, we're gonna
Okay.
come back around. There's
Okay.
just some things we need to discuss.
Okay.
So some of the other things that comes out of that 1043, 350 is, drug testing, state line number 7, the audit,
I thought the audit came out of ours.
we split it,
Gross, okay.
yeah.
We
The-
split it up through enterprise and throughout general.
And, the website comes out of that. CM or Sander IT, will fall into that. And then, no, I'm sorry, that's the wrong category. That's the next one. But yeah, website fees, drug testing, Wyoming Financial. But yeah, if we went with Unicode and then split that over 2 years, we could pull 5,000 off of that, drop that down to 26,000.
Split it up since it's gonna take a year to do it anyway.
Yeah. That's one thing that I've wanted for a long time, is be able to search the codes on the internet. We can just get Casper. It's not always Evansville.
And we've got them on the website now, but
It's hard to
it's very
navigate.
hard.
My wife looked to prove me wrong the other day.
Perfect.
So it works.
Oh, see,
It works.
I was gonna say, she's utilizing what it's there for. Jack, come on. Okay,
It works.
as long as you understand that.
The next item, or line item is, 1043, 530 equipment expense. The bus charges, for the bus that we pay out, that's running about $40,000 a year. We are also, this year, getting a new bus. The bus itself is paid for by a grant. Our total cost to the town is gonna be $7,840, and I figured that it will be here, I think he anticipated around the 20th of July. Or I'm sorry, the new bus purchase is $7,461. And then in that is also the CMIT and the networking. And, this is where we put the cameras for the security system, that's downstairs in the PD on the outside of the building and inside the building.
For maintenance on cameras. Maintenance on cameras.
I think they're wanting to add.
Call it to.
No, this is the, I'm sorry, this is the to go live, the camera to go
Yeah.
live that Robert's wanting to add. Whatever device he was looking at,
Oh, you're talking for the stream the council meeting.
yeah,
I
for
got
like
you.
Yeah.
$300.
I was thinking security cameras.
So was I was like, I thought we already did that. I was like,
Good.
I got you. I'm following you.
Well, because I think there's been some talk about adding some more cameras.
There was, like, it was kind of pending whether we were gonna look at the new building or not. And with what we have, I think the only camera I've perceived as maybe one in the hallway at the PD inside. I mean, you can see coming in and out, but you can't see anything in that hallway. Other than that, I think we're pretty well
Okay.
covered, because I mean, this camera here covers this room, that one covers that pretty well, and we have 360 coverage, so.
Okay. Now, the device that Robert had talked to you about that was right around $300, what I'm understanding, he can't get that?
Yeah, it's been discontinued.
Yeah.
So there is, I thought I looked and there's a different model. I have to relook at it again. Something similar. And him and I talked about it, and he shot me a couple of alternate ideas. I threw some questions back on, thinking you want to be really careful with that connection because it's getting complicated. So him and I discussed it probably needs to be a little further flushed out and planned to make sure you're getting the right stuff and not just getting something that's going to beat something else. So on and so forth. So,
That's why you're using the computer.
I'm following what you're talking about now. To basically add on that streaming function, something that's less manual.
Yeah. And then so in that we pay CMIT, the town of Mills for the bus. And then, yeah, the monthly charges and then the purchase of the new bus comes out of that. So that's at 57,000. The next is the legal advertising. I bumped that back to 2,500. Currently, because we've had one more advertisement that I know of. When we're advertising for like new vehicles.
There was that one bill that just came in today.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's 1324 plus the net bill that came in today. That was, I think, 116.
What was that?
And that can fluctuate. It just depends on if you have a lot of, let's say, minor boundary adjustments or, something that we have to advertise for, conditional use permits, things like that. It just can kind of fluctuate around. So I dropped it down from 28 to 25 and leaving it there. I left leases and permits the same. Animal control is all moved over to the PD budget now. CATSI has sent a letter to the town requesting that we increase those fees to $10,000. For fiscal year 2021, we respectfully request the increase in this contribution to $10,000 from the town to assist in CATSI in providing these services to the residents of the town. If approved, the funds will be used to provide local match and will leverage an additional $12,700 in state funds that CATSI receives from WYDOT to cover a portion of the operating cost to provide the dial-a-ride service. So I bumped that from 8,000 up to 10,000. Last election, they didn't charge us, but in the past, they've charged us $800 for running the town's general election. So I've budgeted $800 in there. Office equipment, I budgeted in there for general purposes if something quits working. Calculators, phones, something like that. I left that in there. I left the $4,000 in there for the insurance, property insurance on the town hall. And I've left the 15,000 in there for errors and omissions and any deductibles that we may have to pay. The service agreements, that covers the copier, the heating and HVAC system on the town hall. Cassell, our software support through Cassell, the copier, and then Johnson Controls. And
What was 911 charges? $8,000 in current year actual, nothing budgeted or?
But 1 year, city of Casper instead of 650. It's
went
been
to
adjusted.
600, yeah.
I did a journal entry, so currently, right now, not in this spreadsheet, but currently in Casella it's 0.
It just seemed odd. It's zeros all around it.
Yeah.
Just
I was like,
sticking out
so
there,
we
so-
can trust someone to smile and what are you guys doing up here?
Yeah, it was just one bill, so
Yeah.
it's fixed.
There's been some interesting charges this year. Additional first aid, 911. What's happening? I mean, I know you guys are closed right now to the public. I mean, get bored, get adventurous. Alright. Do we want to go through town clerk and community before we get into an insurance discussion? I think that's going to be pretty cut and dry.
Yeah.
Fry everybody's brains. Need some sugar? I know, I just hit a wall, like I was doing good and I just.
Yeah.
Wasn't even looking at you, you got it.
Yeah, no, I hit a wall, like, bad. So, we'll look at town clerk.
Drawn a blank.
I think looking at your,
I've drawn the blank.
your town clerk didn't change,
It went down a little bit.
it went down. Is there anything you, I don't think there's anything to discuss.
Nothing highlighted on my page.
Okay. And then, community, you do? Oh, you.
got nothing here.
Thinking you're saying, yeah. My hearing on the left side's not the best. So.
Speak louder.
It really isn't. I keep thinking, I'm like, what do you want, Joe?
Well, what I want, and what I can
Why
get.
are you being difficult?
Like, come on. All right. And then community building. Okay, are we moving on? Yes, we're okay, moving on? Okay, community building. Anything? Why is janitorial up? Just because we're gonna have to clean it more? Does it get used more? Custodial, we're kind of excited. There's that professional services thing again for the community center.
Yeah, that's the HVAC and heating system.
That doesn't fall under local government contract, or you split it up?
We split it.
Okay.
Yeah, we split it. So on the custodial supplies, we're currently at 12. What the heck? Just have it here.
Notice the janitorial's higher. Or budgeted higher, I guess it's budgeted. But it's also been closed. Keep in mind, I I closed the community center when we closed, the town to the public. I closed the community center.
Currently, the custodial, at the community center, we're at 1264.
Not too.
So the church hasn't been able to do anything
No,
That'll start back up this Sunday since, the governor lifted restrictions. We can allow the church to go back in there, and there was a couple people that had booked for like graduation parties and stuff like that. We're gonna allow that now that the restrictions have been lifted. But I wasn't allowing it until, because we'd have to go in and like sanitize it before the church came in, and the church would be there and sanitize after. And the gatherings at the churches, there was really no,
Most of the churches were shut down anyway.
there was no guidance with it, and it was just easier to keep it closed, just to prevent any kind of, I guess, crossed wires or, gray areas, and just close it until someone made a decision on it.
How much did it cost to rent a one room? Not the one with the sink and all that, the other one?
They're $25 a piece for the little ones, so if you get them both together with the, it's $50. No, for the day. And then the sink room is 150. Yeah, because we raised that.
We raised it a couple, last year.
So is it 30 now? For the little room, 30? Or is it still 25?
I'm gonna start teaching hunting safety classes again.
and they're on the blank now.
There you go.
It's 25. Yeah, it's 25.
Or
Because
So what we
it was,
raised
it was 15.
Okay.
what we
yeah.
raised it to is it balancing out whatever increase. Are we seeing like an increase?
The revenue
Yeah,
side
the
of it.
revenue side to balance out our increase in expenses in the community center with the reading.
But we'll never,
Well, no, but is it helping, I guess? So it's gonna get more expensive charging. Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure that our expenses weren't skyrocketing and our revenues weren't going the opposite direction, I guess.
Oh, you're talking about health insurance and then like revenue.
No.
No. It's because you left the room.
I know.
You missed a page.
So between the community building and this building, we're spending almost $2,000 a month in janitorial services, and that's not including the supplies. Is that correct? It's like $1,935.
It's like 1675 or something. And then twice a year she does windows, so it's more.
Okay, that makes sense.
and then like on the community center, I threw another $1,000 in there to get the carpet shift.
And they need you.
We changed out all the keys last year, but that expense wound up being in this year, because by the time we got the, special key from Schlage for the locksmith to go in and change out all those tumblers, it was July or August before that finally happened. That was like an act of Congress, to get through Schlage.
Yeah, it took forever to get that.
Questions?
Do you think $1,000 is enough for custodial supplies with the whole COVID thing, and as we start to reopen and that building starts getting used more?
Yeah, because I'll try and push anything to the reimbursable if I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we were just talking about that. Sorry, I'm getting tired.
No, you're fine.
Mhm.
And we've got, I think, 2 gallons of Clorox and 2 gallons of PFQ and. Um, wanted to take a look at.
Oh,
Electricity, we're up to 5,113 right now. I'm wondering, because it's been empty, so I'm wondering if we could shave 1,000 off of that.
off of-
You know, being as how it's been empty this whole month. Because we've spent to date 5,100.
You know, this is for next year. Right.
Well,
The open war.
yeah.
I think 7 should still be safe.
Yeah. Yeah, because the highest,
6,550.
7,500
Were we
was the
taking
highest.
some electricity? Okay. I was double checking. That's where I'm getting
So we're dropping that down.
To 7,000.
We've got $1,685 more dollars. We dropped down to 300,000.
I bumped water, sewer, and garbage up because of the increase by $100. I'm not sure on natural gas.
Well, let's discuss your insurance. Call an ED,
I guess.
tear everything. Okay, so today, we had a discussion, so we really can't make any prefaces, but this is a bunch of information because they're going back to renegotiate our renewal rates. And I'll go into that a little bit more. So just some fun information for us, that we'll be getting with department heads too on this a little bit. In total claims filed for the town of Evansville in August to May 13th. So what, 9 months? 8 months?
Sure.
$347,828. That's how much 42 employees filed on. 347,828. So it's hitting us pretty hard when I talk about the Wyoming Financial Insurance. Signal wanted a 44% increase in our rates. They negotiated it down to, negotiated it down to 19.9%. But we have one of our employees that was a chronic medical is no longer with the town, and that's going to be a huge influence on their insurance rates. So they're gonna go back and renegotiate that, because this was with the, with a chronic, because they look at, you know, ongoing expenses, I guess, and what are. The other thing that I think I want to bring to council's attention, and this is where, you know, our department heads, they also look at the population health and overall pharmacy. Only 10% of our employees completed a well visit check. So 4 out of everybody.
It's free.
And it's free. So I don't know if this is something that we give the department heads a chance to talk to their employees about going and getting their well visit checks, because that does make a difference on our premiums if our employees are going and getting their well visit checks. Or is this something that we give an incentive that the town will continue to pay for the employee's portion of their insurance if they go get their well visit checks? And if they don't, we do half. If they choose not to do a well visit, because a well visit's free. It gives some incentive. It doesn't, it's once a year, you know, and it doesn't matter if you have an existing condition, it doesn't matter if you have anything else going on, it's just you go to your doctor once a year and take your high weight blood pressure and draw some blood, and the insurance covers it 100%.
And they basically talk about yearly physical.
Your
right?
yearly physical.
And I got my on that list.
They don't tell
I
me,
know
I
how
only
to
get a
go.
percentage, they don't tell me, I don't get that information,
Okay.
so I just get a percentage, and,
My doctor made me go.
yeah.
I haven't seen you in a year.
So only 10% went, which in our,
No,
yeah, which is very, very small. And I think that if the town is going to provide the employees insurance, I think it's a give and take relationship a little bit, and the employees need to help us out. By at least getting their wellness. I mean, it doesn't cost them anything out of pocket to go and get it done. And I don't know if that's something that we just need to express to them and we see how they do, or if we need to put some incentive behind it. Because I don't wanna, our insurance rates are gonna continue to climb, no matter who we're with, no matter who's managing it, if people aren't being smart about it, I guess.
just make it mandatory. If you're paying for the insurance, just,
Well-
you gotta do this once a year, you know, plain and
And-
simple.
But that's where the incentive, so if they don't go and do it, you know, what's the repercussion for that? So that's where, you know, half of the employee rate, you get to pay for it. You know, like if we do half, or they get to, if they don't want to do the wellness check, then they get to pay for their insurance premium, and if they want the town to pay for it, they have to do the wellness check. We put that incentive in place. Because 10%, that really doesn't help with the numbers. I mean, and then we have these high claims, they look at the picture that we have this high claim amount, and then nobody's going to get wellness checks, well, they're like, well. go
How
here.
would that be enforced? Like, would you?
You would have like a form, that you would take to your doctor, the doctor would fill it out, and then the doctor would send it to the insurance company. It wouldn't, like, the insurance company could provide the wellness form.
No, I'm wondering, like, the town's part of it, so the town already pays 80%? And if somebody says, yeah, I'll go for my wellness check, and they don't,
I
do
think we
you
can have,
penalize them for like the next year, say we're only gonna pay 50% this year? Or do you make them back
we can
pay?
set a date, to get the wellness done, like you have to have your wellness done by X time, or you have to start paying for your benefits. You can always put a date in that we do it, you know, 6 months into the fiscal year, and then it rolls for the next year. So we'd only be able to do it for half this fiscal year, but then the next year, if we kept that implemented, you know, they'd pay for it for a full year, but it'd be a calendar year for them. And it's gonna start for us for a fiscal year, it'd be half a fiscal year the first go around, but then the next fiscal year, it'd be the whole fiscal year. So for them, it's a calendar year, because I think the insurance is a calendar year, correct?
No, she said our open enrollment was.
Our open enrollment, but
July.
their benefits and deductibles are calendar year. Correct.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so, and
Sorry,
usually your
yes.
wellnesses are calendar years, so we would set a date now that they have until December 31st to get wellness. And if they don't, starting January 1, they would be responsible for their premiums. You know, so we give the rest of the calendar year. And if they've already gotten a physical this year, they can produce that documentation that they got physical this year, because it would be within their calendar year. So if someone already got it, they wouldn't have to go get it again because then it wouldn't be covered. But they would be able to provide documentation that they went and got their annual done, an annual physical done. Because I mean, like some of these numbers they give us, it's pretty crazy. Because right now, like on a current month spend, there was 1,042 in some prescriptions and medical trends, and the total member paid was $96. So the town is covering a lot, and we get, you know, it's gonna trickle down. If the trend that we're on now with insurance continues, the town is not going to be able to afford to cover people's insurance. It's just point blank. They will not be able to continue to cover it because it's just gonna get way too expensive, way too fast, because there's so many things here that can be done better, and it's gonna be up to the employees to do it. But the thing we can give incentive on is getting well visit, because that'll make a difference. It really will. They're gonna put together something for us. Wyoming Financial has helped, before I get into that, has helped several employees of ours through some of the things that they've gone through and some of their prescriptions and some of their claims. We've had a couple employees that have utilized them to help with some more major medical things. So I know that was kind of part of how they got it negotiated down, along with some of our high claims were one off, like really out of our trend. It was a really rough year for insurance anyway. So,
I
but
said that Cigna had quoted us good rates based on our previous
Our history.
experience from Blue Cross Blue Shield, which I told them, I think that the highest increase that we had ever seen through Blue Cross Blue Shield was 8%. It's just been a really ugly year for us.
Yeah, I have to assume that our claims number is way up.
there's some pretty major medical things that happened. But it's, like I said, there's things that we can control and there's things that we can't control. And right now, there's no control, and it's kind of just getting thrown out there, and like I said, it's gonna spiral out of control on us really fast. If we can get a hold of the wellness thing, they're gonna put together like an education packet, if you will, because they came and they talked to all the departments, and that's kind of like this big information overload. Here's all this information, and then, and then they go, and it's kind of up to the employees at that point to reach out if they have questions and so on and so forth. So one of the things they're bringing is an employee portal, and it has an app, so they're gonna be able to, they'll be able to click on an app on their phone to get access to their insurance information and their benefits and coverages and discounts and how to help with the RX and, educating them on getting your prescription at Walgreens versus getting it at Smith's. Your copay is the same because of the insurance, but the expenditure on the back end is this, compared to what we're paying at Walgreens to what we pay at Smith's or vice versa. And to educate the employees on just the different aspects of, insurance and how to get into things and what to look at, because I think they need something that's kind of hands-on and easy for them so they're not trying to
I use it all the time.
retain. I have an app for mine, so that's something that's gonna be coming, and like I said,
For my Cigna.
and they're gonna go back to Cigna, because since this was put together, we've had some employment changes, and because of those employment changes, it's going to change, some of the things that they factored in for our new rates. They weren't as bad as considering how much they wanted to go when they negotiated it down, but it still hurts, and it's not showing a good trend, I guess, is my biggest concern.
The other thing that they said that they would offer is because right now we have a $500 deductible with a maximum out-of-pocket $2,000 on medical, and then another
$1,800.
maximum out-of-pocket on prescriptions of $1,800. So they said that if they combined that to $4,000.
So what they're gonna do is they're gonna take the out-of-pocket from medical and pharmacy and blend it, so then because right now it's only $200 shy of that 4,000, but they're gonna make it one. So the people that have lots of medical, then they have pharmacy who never reach that pharmacy, or they have lots of pharmacy, not a lot of medical, no matter what they do, it all goes to that maximum
Goes to one
out-of-pocket.
pot.
And doing that, will help lower and stabilize our rates too, because we have some people that'll never reach that pharmacy deductible, and they might hit, or that maximum out of pocket, but they might hit that on the medical side, but then they're still gonna be paying, on the pharmaceutical side, but their medical side might be so high that it covers the pharmaceutical side. So it makes it when you go see your doctor and you go pick up prescriptions, everything you paid out of pocket is going to one, and it's only $200 more.
Kind of.
Kind of.
Because if you go get a surgery, but you don't have any prescriptions, you're now gonna pay $4,000 instead of $2,000.
Mhm.
So it's not exactly that. It is if somebody uses a lot of medical and a lot of prescriptions. But if you're one way or the other heavy, you're gonna pay more.
And looking, they did if we do that, it's only going to affect, we put it in here, how many employees, based on employee spend and how everything's coded, like, we don't get, like, who, we just get to see. I think it's 2% of employees will be affected by that, that most of them are.
Everybody's drawing on both.
Yeah, everyone's drawing on both anyway. There's no increase in our dental and there's no increase in our vision. We're adding the option in the, plan. It'd be employee paid, but they can they can increase their life insurance. And then we're adding short-term and long-term disability. So
Those are options.
those are options that they can add on to, the employee's gonna have to pay for them, but if they wanna add on to them. And and they're gonna bring those numbers, I don't think they're that expensive.
Are we changing the employer contribution? I would assume it is. 'Cause
We're
if
gonna
it's
go up, yeah,
19%,
'cause
we pay the single person at
Mhm.
whatever, 680 or whatever. that
And that's
is.
where my wellness drive comes from, because that's part of their,
Is all
their
that
analysis.
calculated into our?
No, we're gonna go up.
Yeah,
It's,
because we don't know what it.
well, and so originally it was forecasted to be an increase of. Just math here. No one put math this in. It's not up there.
It's gonna be a substantial amount of money, just looking at the health.
On a monthly, oh yeah, because what was our projected claim amount? Do you have that, Janelle?
A projected plan?
It was pretty low. And we really didn't get any of our claim benefits back because everything was just so out of control last year. So it's increasing by 4,374 a month.
Well, I think we figured about 70,000 annually.
Well, according to their thing, if you do the math, in a 12-month period, it's 52,488. And that's without them, I mean, who knows, when they go back, it might come in the same. You know, you talk about the RFP for Wyoming Financial, they've been, I mean, I haven't heard anything from Janelle, but I think they've been really good as far as helping and working with the employees.
I'm just looking to make sure that we're in the market for those types of costs, is my intent. With this type of turmoil, yeah, I would probably back off on that, because you can't even assume that changing an administrator in the midst of doing all of this. But at some point in time, I'm gonna wanna look and see that we're in the market. That 15 grand is what
Oh,
is,
and I agree. And it's not 15, is it?
yeah, it's right here.
To
Wyoming
continue.
Financial's 15 grand. That's our administration.
I thought they said it was less today.
They give us a discount?
I thought they said 9.
One was 9 and one was 6. And I thought it was, I'm gonna have to go back and look at the deal of the agreement, because was it 6 to administer it and 9 to send out for RFPs last year?
Yeah,
Well, we've
something,
got 15 grand in this upcoming budget.
but
So
I
that's
think
why
we just have to maintain now.
But we wouldn't be doing RFPs again, so.
Exactly.
This
So
should, if that's the case, then this shouldn't be 15 grand, so we got some money to do.
it should, I'm pretty sure they said 6 or 9 today.
Double check.
I was thinking 6.
We got
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Well,
yet,
they're gonna be, like I said, they're gonna be
Because
coming back with
where are you
new.
seeing the 15?
On the sheet you did on the general breakdown, of what?
And I think that was
all
because of
those-
the RFP.
Yeah, based on what we did last year, yeah. But yeah, because I think I asked Melissa today if it was
It's the
6,000.
same, yeah, it was the same, and I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
6,000.
It wasn't over 10, I can tell you that, it was a single number.
6,000 is a lot different, but that would mean then I guess we would have some money that could come out of this line item,
Yeah,
if that's the
oh
case.
yeah,
We
absolutely.
just double
'Cause
check that.
We're not going to RFP, and they highly advise against it because right now, the way the market is with all this COVID stuff, that no insurance company out there is really offering any kind of,
You don't wanna do that every year, you wanna do it every 2 or 3 years,
Yeah.
probably 3 years, is just to make sure, just like with this administration, you're making sure that you're.
well, our vision's set for 2 years. So I think that, we can look at it,
next
you know,
year.
well, like I said, I want to get that education out to employees. And I really think we need to visit that wellness because that's going to make a huge difference.
Yeah.
I can't understand people aren't taking advantage of that, it's free.
Because when you go, they tell you there's something wrong with you, and then you have to get fixed.
Yeah,
That's the idea.
I go,
that's how they catch
I
it.
go if I'm sick, and I said, this is my wellness visit. I give me my antibiotics, I'll see you later.
That's how I got mine done. I needed refills on mine. Stop.
Always like, no. I'm not feeling it today.
But I'm sure Melissa today, she asked if we was interested in staying with them, administering it another year, and I think I asked her if it was $6,000, and she said yes.
Well,
So-
if we know that tomorrow, I mean, that would adjust this,
Yeah.
because we've got
Yeah, 'cause
budgeted
that would be
15.
9,000.
So that'd be 9,000 we could
Right.
reduce.
Yeah.
So that would be good to know, for sure. Every fiber of my being is very much against mandating people to do things. But,
This doesn't cost anything.
I know, that's why I just kept, why do
Just
you
go
have
to
to
your
tell people to
doctor
do it?
once a year.
Because it doesn't cost anything to do.
Because a lot of my guys are, well, 20 years younger than me, they don't think there's anything wrong.
Because they're young and healthy and they just go about their.
But
But I'll tell you right now, most of my guys are probably in worse shape than I am. I got one that goes outside and complains about allergies, and can't do nothing, can't breathe. We got one that's 280 and smokes 2 packs of cigarettes a day. And we got, I mean,
But I assume that they also would be receptive if you told them, hey, you guys need to do this, or insurance is gonna go.
yeah, or you're gonna be paying for your own insurance. Oh yeah, I'm sure they would. They do it.
And that's kind of where I'm getting with that, like, if you go and see your doctor and you get your wellness, I mean, my company does that, like, I get a discount if I go and get my wellness check done by November 1st of every year. Like, and I get a big discount on my premiums, and it doesn't cost me a single thing, and I get to go see my doc.
I hate the thought of it, but I don't know that we can't just eat these types of increases.
Well, these guys can't afford to pay for their own insurance, so they'll do it.
So we at least have to do something and.
Well, like I said, it's a give and take. I mean, we need a little help from the employees. If the town's gonna continue to pay for the employees' insurance, we need help from the employees to make it so it can be sustained by the town, to pay for the employees' insurance. Because if it keeps going like it is, it's gonna go out the window in a hurry.
I agree there, and maybe even having that conversation of, this is what the town can afford. Anything that goes above that for your premium, you're gonna have to pay that. If we keep going down this track, your premiums are gonna keep going up and you're gonna end up spending more and
And
more.
I think they need to understand that, and we talked about that today, it's education, that the guys need to understand that, yeah, insurance is great, but if we're getting careless because we're just not doing the basic stuff, it's gonna eat us in the end, it really is. And, we could take the route of, we could still cover their insurance, but then they're gonna get a higher deductible. That $500 deductible is gonna go to your national average of, what, $4,000, $5,000 for deductible to bring our premiums down.
We have two-tier system, right?
Yeah, and everybody's on the higher tier except for like 2 employees. We have 2 that are on the lower and all the rest are on the higher tier. So, it's there, but I mean, there's ways to swing this insurance, but I don't wanna go to the employees and say, well, we're gonna still pay for your insurance, but now your deductible's $5,000 or $4,000, because that's what brings the premiums back down, is when you have a higher deductible, because they have to pay, and then that brings your out of pocket up, obviously. So, I mean, that's one way it goes, or the deductible stays low and they have to start paying their own insurance. I mean,
Now, what do you do, you were talking about, pharmacies and stuff, between Smith and Walgreens. Like my injection, I gotta have every 8 weeks. I mean, that's just a set price given. I can't go anywhere else
Some can.
and get that.
And
You
it's
know what I mean?
it's not that every single prescription that everybody's on is like that. It's just asking the question, is this cheaper to fill here, or is there, and that's what these Wyoming Financial people are for. You call and tell them what you're on, And they'll tell you, like, here's your cost here, here's the cost here. Your cost is the same no matter what pharmacy you go to because of your insurance, but the cost that's going to the insurance company and to the town, ultimately to the town, could be different. It's having the employees pick up the phone and say, hey, I'm gonna be on this every single month now, you know, is it better for me to get a bill at Smith's than it is for Walgreens? I mean, Walmart better than,
The MyCigna app will do that for you right on the app.
so,
So, because that's, I've got Cigna too. Oh, the MyCigna app, when I go up and you say I'm gonna pick the prescription, it'll say, all right, here's the areas, places around you that have it, here's the cost it's gonna cost you and the plan. So it's kind of really neat.
yeah, and like I said, the employees are gonna get an app that they'll get to sign up for now, where they can kind of monitor that, they can monitor their spending, they can monitor, you know, where they're at with their deductibles and all that stuff. So we'll give them another tool at hand. I mean, I really think this is an education thing. I don't think anybody is purposely going out and being like, you know, I don't care. I just think it's educating everybody on the little things that our employees can do that will just help us out at the end. I think is really what it boils down to, is just so they understand that we want to keep doing this for them, but we need a little help. We're gonna need some help and understanding from the town employees to just do the little things,
What
like
about
wellness
giving them-
visits and making sure that they're not,
Yeah, what about giving them to the end of the year, to have, like, 60% of the employees go to, annual checkup, and if they don't do that, then starting fiscal year next year, we've gotta go to an 80-20 plan or something. Like across the board, that way you don't single people out.
I don't know, I don't like that, because then someone thinks, well, I'm not gonna go do it, because someone else is gonna go do it, and the next thing you know, 60%. It's not, and it's the singling people out is completely going to be between the insurance premium letter that she gets that says, you know, ex-employee, you know, these ones have done it. I mean, it's just like my company. They send it in, and if I don't do it, I don't get the discount. Like, I'm singled out as, I don't get the discount, but if I do it, I get the discount. And it's totally up to me to take that step to go see my doctor. And that's what I want for the employees, is just go get your wellness check done. Like, it's 100%, it's preventative, it's 100% covered. And
And if we mandate this, how much does it actually save the town?
That's what I was wondering.
well, it depends, Cigna would have to revisit, I mean, right now, the norm is 42 to 50% of employees, according to the chart, 42 to 50% of the employees go and get wellness exams. And we're at 10. So the idea is to get us to the norm, because then we don't have this obscurity. Because right now, our claims are way higher than the norm for our size of people. Our expenses and what we're covering is higher than the norm. We're really out of the average, I guess. And what they want us to do is get more leveled out in the norm. And you kind of can't control claims, but we can control wellness. So bringing the wellness numbers up gets us closer to the norm, which takes away a ding there. Because they looked at it, it's an overall factor. It's wellness, it's claims, it's,
So it's not an actual number.
we don't get an actual number. It's
So
it's
you could-
collective.
You could mandate the employees to do this. We do it, we get to the norm, but because we may still have high expenses, it doesn't actually save the money, so you just irritated all your employees
I think it'll still.
over a whim.
I think it'll still save the money. I still think it's gonna save the money, because even with high claims, if our wellness would have been better, they wouldn't have wanted to do maybe, we still might go up, but it's not 19%. They wanted to go up 44%. So, I mean, what's irritating to an employee to me that doesn't cost them anything, that takes an hour out of their day, one time a year, to go get a blood pressure or a height and weight? It's not like it's a psych eval. It's not like it's this long drawn out thing. Go see your doctor. You can go to the community health clinic and get an annual physical done. You don't even have to see a regular GP. I mean, it's not, but it's another factor. That's the thing, is we can't tell people, don't get hurt, don't get sick. But we can say, get your preventative stuff done, because that's one less factor that's going to go into the insurance increases. if everyone continues to say, screw you, we're not gonna get our wellness done, our insurance is definitely going to climb. I mean, the idea is to try to keep it from climbing and not making it worse. We might not be able to make it much better, that we're still gonna see some increase, but we're making it worse by not having any kind of wellness done.
So
That's-
instead of being controlled by Big Brother, we are controlled by big insurance.
I would say it's incentive,
I think
not
you're gonna
control.
have a lot of pushback. I mean, I understand it, but I think we're gonna have a lot of pushback.
Well, then if they don't want to help the town out at all because it's a me mentality and I'm being controlled, then they can pay for their insurance. I mean, it's a give and take, like, they gotta meet us in the middle, and I think that we've done pretty good getting better insurance, getting families on there, and the town is working with people, and if they don't wanna step up and help back, I mean, it's not like a demand thing, I think it's more of a, you know, we need a little bit of help to try to make it so it's sustainable, because if they don't wanna help at all, I mean, it's guaranteed it's not gonna be sustainable if we don't try. So you're saying there's no willingness to try? I mean,
I
that's,
mean, I think it's worth proposing and just.
I think it'd be pretty crappy of someone not to wanna try, honestly.
And some of it may not be about trying, we may just say, okay, we'll go elsewhere, and then we're stuck replacing that employee and have to retrain them, so.
How often can we
Sometimes
get
some
those?
people want to try to hide
Statistics
something.
upgrade or update?
Update?
You check,
Oh, I don't know.
what do they hide?
On the wellness,
Yeah.
see, I know that it was,
See if we get a half year.
We're gonna
program,
have
get
to
that.
see those.
I think there's
they
enough
went
Big Brother,
March.
big industry.
We're gonna negotiate
push
right
on
now.
people that,
Nothing we do is gonna change.
I have issues with this.
So
I think
if we
education.
were to educate the population, the
Did we
employees,
educate?
that, hey, we
Ron,
need this
you gotta-
done,
you're on a
keep our
CDL?
insurance there.
Yeah,
So you gotta test every year,
December,
you got every 2 years?
this is, if
I
really
don't
do it.
have to because I work for
Not
government.
to the town, you don't have to go.
well, and I'm thinking like I had my
That's the only
wellness
reason I
in
keep my
March.
CDL after the.
One, I don't know if I
restrictions,
know
they-
this,
stuff.
because it says opening my bill.
I'm just saying, like,
This is billed through May
It says-
17th,
Diabetic.
No, it
Can't get
says,
it.
paid day
I do work
range,
for government.
August 1st to May 13th.
because this says current period reflects claims incurred between September 19th to January 20, paid through March.
Back when I used to go to Tears, I made the mistake of telling my snore once in a while. Yeah.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from, Chief, but if someone's gonna pack up and leave and say I'm going elsewhere over a wellness visit, I feel like they don't wanna be here in the first place.
Or they should have new food.
I just don't know if it doesn't feel ethical to force somebody to.
We're one of the few people out there that are letting people, I mean, it's, so what do? Do we make the employees pay for their insurance? Like every other company out there does? I mean,
That's the option. I think that the secret here is education
Mhm.
and then put it in their hands. Say, based on if you guys use your wellness checks, that will guide us on what direction we take next year when it comes to your insurance. If we're gonna start making you pay something on it. If you're not gonna use it like it's intended to, we can only afford.
well,
so
and that's
much.
why I say give them till January 1 of next year. I mean, you're giving them the rest of the year to decide how they wanna go, and then beginning of next year, we can see how all the employees take it. I mean, I 100% agree it's an education thing, but we are one of the only places and the very few places that have a $500 deductible. The town pays for their insurance.
I mean,
I
realistically,
really don't think we're asking too much.
we're not forcing them. I mean,
Yeah, they could choose not to.
technically, right. I mean, we're not for, you tell them it gotta be done by December 31st. If you don't get it done, then you gotta pay for your insurance. It's like you just said, it's up to them. I mean, we're not going, hey, you gotta have this done. I mean, or you fired or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, it's their choice. I mean, it's a no-brainer. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go because I don't want to pay for my insurance. You know what I mean? Well, I would think most people would think that. I mean, since none of my guys can
I go so I
afford
get
it
my
on their
discount.
own, you know? So. you
I
know,
like my discount.
I mean, like you said, it's in the
So-
out of your time once a year. What's the problem?
You said that only 2 people are taking the low deductible insurance.
Yeah. Is the lower premium,
Assuming we have a substantial number of employees that are single. All those single employees are given up free money by the town because they can get a $500 deductible paid for the town 100%, and they're choosing the town's going to pay a lower deductible for them, or a lower premium for them to take a higher deductible.
Is that because they have family though?
Well, if they're single, no, there's no, if you're single, there's absolutely no reason why you wouldn't take the lower deductible and make the town pay more, except for I'm looking out for the town. And I know a fireman last year said this, I think the insurance change is great, I'll take the higher deductible just to keep the town costs down. Where I'm going at is if our employees are taking that mindset, couldn't we go to them and educate them and say, hey, insurance is going crazy, we need you to get your wellness check, and trust it.
We
We're gonna
only
hit
have-
that 40,
we only
50%.
have 2 employees that are doing the $2,000 deductible, all the rest are doing the $500 deductible.
Oh, so it's opposite.
It's opposite.
Okay.
All of them are taking advantage of the low deductible and us paying a higher premium.
I just ruined that whole speech.
Yeah, like,
That's
all
good,
but
though.
2 employees are taking advantage of the low deductible and the higher premium that the town is paying for them.
I thought it was the opposite.
I'd be one of those, just so you know.
So, then go see your doctor once a year.
I like my $2,000 deductible.
Or you
If I,
wanna-
if
you
I did
wanna
a
go once?
$500 deductible, I went to work for NOV because I couldn't afford to put my kid on insurance here.
That's what I was getting into.
I was just,
They have-
Like, they have a sales
Employees
position now at
do
NOV for
this
80,000,
for us.
and if I were to apply theoretically, get hired, insurance is paid for, same deductible as here, and they don't force me to go do anything, and my
It's
kid
beauty
is
of a
nothing.
big corporation versus a small town.
So,
I mean, it's a give and take. If people want big corporation benefits, they can go work for a big department. Or they, I mean, I think we're doing pretty good and we offer a pretty sweet package for what we have. And like I said, there's not very many places that pay for anybody's insurance.
Not 100%.
Costs me $650 a month for mine.
and I was a big proponent of switching insurance so that we had people with kids and people could afford that for family members. I just said, I don't,
But you-
maybe after I stew about it a day or two, maybe I'll have less pushback on the idea of getting these welfare things.
But I mean, where we sit right now, if we keep, the thing is if we don't at least try, it's gonna get worse, and the deductibles are either going to go up, or we're going to put more costs on the employees, because the town will not be able to sustain the way it's growing. So, we're trying to make it better before we get to that point by asking people to go see their doctor once a year. I mean,
But don't we have trusty employees that would do that if they know that?
that's what I'm hoping.
So I guess that's what I'm saying is maybe we delay the penalty phase. We go to the employees and say, hey, our insurance is going crazy, we need you to do this. And then we reevaluate it in January and say, did they do it?
Well, that's what I'm saying, give it
Okay.
till the end of the year, like educate and just, I mean, so we don't have to put it in stone, but I think we give till the end of the year. We don't go into the next fiscal year automatically saying, hey, you get this done, or whatever the case may be, but that needs to be, I guess they need to understand the direction that the town's going, that we're potentially looking at doing if we don't get some kind of help.
Or show proof that they've already, because I went in March.
Well, you can do
So,
that with
so
the,
I can't,
well, that's what I'm saying, if
so
you,
I can't go again until next.
yeah, I already
March.
said that, like, if you've done it since January 1, you can bring in proof that you went and
Okay.
sell them, and it counts, because
Okay.
you can only do it 1 calendar year.
Right.
I mean, so people have already done it, all they gotta do is submit the proof of the insurance that they did it.
But also keeping this COVID thing in mind, I know the past, 2 months, doctors have been not doing well visits or anything like that.
But this
It
goes-
hasn't been.
That's true.
This goes back
So-
to middle of last year.
I'm just thinking going forward,
Mhm.
is it right to mandate people to have to go get a wellness check?
Well, we're not mandating anything, we're just simply asking for people to help.
But what if they can't because, or maybe they're trying to be mindful of the people who might need to go versus them, or maybe they're afraid to go into the doctors?
I feel like getting to the end of the year is giving plenty of time.
Okay. I'm just
I
trying to.
mean, I'm
think
not
of
saying
all
go right
different
now, but we're
levels.
not mandating by the beginning of the fiscal year, it would be the end of the year, so we're making it through the summer, through the fall, into the next winter. I mean, we're giving time for all this COVID stuff to calm down, but
And I just worry that so there's some projections say that there's gonna be a secondary spike when school starts back up again. And that might hinder an employee from going further.
well, we're shooting for 42%.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not asking for a whole lot, so if we have some employees that just don't wanna go do it, if we can get enough help, I mean, I feel like it'd be pretty crappy if some are just like, no, I'm not gonna help at all, and continue to write benefits, but that's just me. But we're shooting for a normal mark, not a super below average mark. We're shooting for a normal mark, and I think 42% is 10 employees. I mean, that's not a lot. We're not mandating that every single one, but I feel like that if it got to the point where people just didn't give a crap after they were educated, that the town's gonna have to do something, because we're not going to be able to pay for it. So I'd like to give them a chance, absolutely.
That's all I'm
And that's-
saying is we don't go forward with, hey, you have to do this or here's the consequence. We go forward with, town's in some trouble in this thing, this is a way you can help you and your fellow employees keep this under control.
Well, that's what I'm saying, like, but they need to understand that it's not, I don't wanna call it a threat, but it's not an empty.
No, if
It's
this
not
don't
an
work,
empty,
we
yeah,
have to look at what
we're not
options
gonna
we
have
have on the
choice.
table. But I think we explore those, when we get to that bridge, we'll look across it. You know, right now, I have faith that the employees are happy, they have a better choice of insurance and things like that, and I think they'll do the right thing to help each other in the town. Is what I think. So I think we go on faith at this point in time, an educational campaign, saying, this is what we all need to do to help each other.
And that's
See
what, the Wyoming Financial is getting together for me, is a education PDF thing that you can email out or post on your cork boards in your break rooms or whatever to help.
I think all of our department heads having a talk with their employees, you know, just
Oh, yeah. it's totally
emphasizing that, hey,
different
this can help us out. And I think the employees will do the right thing, at least 42%.
Yeah, we're shooting for a norm. I mean, yeah, would 100% be awesome? Absolutely. But when the insurance is looking at everything, they're looking for normal numbers. They don't want us to be skewed. And right now, we're super skewed. We have high claims and low wellness. And in the insurance world, that doesn't lead to anything but higher premiums, because they look at us as an unhealthy population.
It's just strange because we don't have like an at-risk population really for employees.
No, our average employee age was like, what, 43 or 44?
Yeah, I think so.
And just an off year
I
then.
don't remember where that was at.
There were some things, I mean, obviously personnel things that I can't divulge information on, so it was a really weird
Average
year,
member age, is 33.
the 33. So, I
Yeah,
mean,
so we should be able to. be
like I
at
said,
risk.
if we can, I think the claims are gonna come down on their own, because there was a lot of things in here that were really, really off this year on the medical side of things. So I think that the claim amount's going to come down on its own there.
Do we have a lot of smokers?
Yeah,
Would that be another form of education that you can go?
I
to
don't know.
lodge?
I personally think with the smoking thing that you can talk to them until you're blue in the face, but if they don't wanna quit, they're not gonna quit. I mean,
Yeah,
my
no.
company offers a smoking cessation discount. If you're
Yeah,
a smoker and you enroll in
So-
this, we'll give you even more of a discount, but it
I'm not
doesn't.
saying that they have to quit, I'm just saying, is there a discount that the town could get from the insurance for spreading information or education that way too? No?
No, it's the insurance claims is completely based on our data. And like I said, right now, we have low wellness and high claims. So it looks like, it basically on paper, it looks like we have a bunch of people who aren't taking care of themselves who are ending up making these high claims. Even though there's a lot that are skewed, that's why they're going back with some of this, because we don't have all these employees that were doing these claims, that were chronic, that's changed, so they're gonna go back and look at that. you know, there's just little things that we can do on our end, and like I said, education, in the beginning, education is going to be huge. But I think our employees need to understand too, that we're asking to not back us into a corner where we have to make a decision where nobody's gonna be happy. That's what we're trying to prevent, is we need a little help from the employees to understand what's coming if this trend continues, because we will not be able to sustain it as a town the way we are now. Especially if we're faced with another, I mean, I'm glad that Wyoming Financial was able to negotiate down to 19% instead of 44%, but it's still a pretty significant increase. And who's to say next year, if we have a stupid amount of claims again, that they don't want to negotiate down as low as they did this year because we show a trend.
I'm wondering if trends just across the board are gonna go up.
I'm sure they are little too, you know, they talked about that, and that's why they talked about not going out and going to different insurance companies right now, because everything's gonna be, you know,
And I think what was so alarming to them was the amount of claims in such a short period of time.
because this isn't even a full year. I mean, this is 9 months.
I'm very partial.
But we gave them some factors, some changes, that should help with those numbers, that they're gonna go back to Cigna on and say,
You know, look, this is gonna be different, this is gonna change. So yeah, we're gonna do our best to, you know, it'd be great if we can negotiate it down to same renewal rate, you know, since it was if we can do that. But again, my fear with some of the factors, like I said, high claims, low wellness, is that next year, they're not gonna wanna do that again. If they see the same trend, they're not gonna,
I guess we can get it this year.
I mean, it'd be nice if we can get it lower, anything lower than what we're
Yeah,
at.
absolutely.
But, it's just gonna climb really fast on us if we don't try to do something.
I see an increase. I just hope that it's not 19%.
Yeah.
I hope that they can
Closer to like 8 to 10.
bring those numbers down a little bit.
So. I know it's a sensitive subject and hard pill to swallow, but I don't wanna end up in a really bad situation in 3 years. Well, we could have done this for
When's our renewal?
July, we're in open enrollment right now.
So right now, and that's what my point is, right now, the rate we give them, the rate we're.
Yeah.
It won't change.
But the idea is to instill the education and the drive for
If everybody will do these things.
next year,
then when next year our renewal comes, then we can get better.
when money's gonna be tight anyway.
That's why I hope that everybody will just,
Oh, I do too. I do too, 100%, but I think people really need
Know
to.
better, to know better, right?
Exactly. No, I agree.
Well, I think that that's where this Bernie,
This app,
yeah,
that
mental
you get,
health maybe.
Yeah, my husband used to have an app on his phone, his insurance, and it was like, once a month came with like a little health update of, have you taken this many steps today? Or just a fun little things like that. And you could buy points. I don't know
what everything is in this, but I just know dealing with insurance enough. It's a lot of factors, and we can't control all the factors. Like I said, people are gonna get sick, people are gonna get hurt. It's a thing. I mean, you got kids, you got families, you got yourself, it's just, it is what it is. But there's things that we can try to do to get everything else in the norm. So if we have a high claim here, but everything else is looking good, that we're not facing a 44% increase, that maybe we only face an 8-9% increase. I mean, it's gonna go up, or regardless, insurance kind of, that's kind of, it just slowly climbs, but we need to control the climb.
Not 44%. Yeah.
So,
And I'd forgotten all about the 9,000. In talking with her today, and I'm sure I'll double check with her.
Yeah, but I know we just, it's something we gotta take out, so.
Yeah, we can get that pulled out. Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 10,000.
I'm sorry.
Just like the last 2 hours of cuts just got plugged up the week right there.
I know.
Yeah.
It is what it is. It's better to know now than
Well, that's
after
why,
we do this.
yeah,
I thought I was
I
doing
mean,
good.
no,
I
I
was
totally
going
agree
mine.
that it-
What do you mean?
it sucks, it sucks that it's even, but when you sit here and read through this and look at this, it's crazy. Like I said, there's a lot of things that are one-off and weird, but there's a lot of things,
Given time. That's
And
the,
we're not the only one that was hit with a big increase.
oh, yeah, I got a 20% increase.
Yeah, I was talking to another municipality.
Yeah, it was a
They were
big,
talking to me.
I can't wait to see what ours is. I won't know until August.
for, which
Yeah.
sucks
Actually
because,
thinking
we
about
look at the
mine,
history of the state and they only have
100%.
this little increase, and as soon as we get on, poof. Big-
So it must be a trend all the way across.
Well,
not
because it's-
just the roof.
Well, it's gonna be,
It's costs and everything.
it's costs too. I mean, it's, like he said, it's getting back surgery in Casper, getting back surgery in Fort Collins. Like, it's significantly cheaper to have back surgery in Fort Collins than it is
There's,
in Casper. Mhm.
one of the things that we're doing insurance,